for study sessions, including concept reviews, can be found by visiting Broomfield's website at broomfield.org. The public agenda this evening includes 1 concept review and 3 study session items. Members of the public may attend tonight's meeting and future study sessions in person at the George DeSiero City and County Buildings Council Chambers located at 1 Tacombe Drive, or watch live on Channel 8 and through live streaming on Broomfield's website, broomfield.org/live. Tonight, Council is discussing the Broomfield Housing Alliance's proposal for the Cottonwood Residential Project as our second item on the agenda. To be clear, there is no vote tonight. We are discussing the item in concept and providing feedback to the applicant about the possible project. The public may participate in public comment on the concept review item only, either in person or by calling 855-695-3744 and pressing *3 to be placed in the queue for comment. There is a sign-up list located in the lobby, which along with a list of those calling in, which will determine the order of our speakers tonight. Public comment will be limited to 90 minutes total. The first 1 through 15 participants in the queue have 3 minutes to speak. The next 16 through 25 have 2 minutes. And if time remains, the next 26 plus participants in the queue have 1.5 minutes to speak. We will hear from 6 in-person individuals and then 1 on the phone until we hit these limits. Public comment will take place after the staff presentation and on the Cottonwood Residential Project. If you're joining us in person, we'll ask you to come up to the podium, state your name and neighborhood for the record, and you'll have the 3, 2, or 1.5 minutes. For our hearing impaired residents present, we have wireless headsets available in the back of the council chambers with our AV team. So our first study session item this evening is just an update on the Broomfield Housing Alliance for 2023. As a reminder to council, the Housing Alliance staff and the public, the concept review for the Cottonwood residential development is after this. I ask that you wait until that item is called to discuss or ask questions about that project. Council has a copy of the agenda memorandum, and I'll ask our staff to introduce the Broomfield Housing Alliance representatives who will begin our discussion.
Thank you, Mayor, and good evening, council, and good evening, community. It's always good from our perspective to see all of you turn out tonight, regardless of where you stand. We certainly appreciate the voice and taking the time on a Tuesday night. Kristen Heiser, our new Broomfield Housing Alliance. As the mayor indicated, we are in amicable separation phase between CCOB and the Broomfield Housing Alliance seeking a form of independence. And that means oversight, control, and financially. So Kristen's going to walk us through what that looks like, where they are in the phase, where they've come, and what the next steps are. Ms. Heiser.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council members, City Manager, City staff, and our community. I am Kristen Heiser, the Executive Director of the Broomfield Housing Alliance. I'm pleased to be here this evening representing Broomfield Housing Alliance's Board of Commissioners, who we have a couple here. We have Linda Fahrenbrook, our Vice Chair, and Bob Monroe, our Chair, and my team of 1, Amanda Ropek with me. We are pleased to share with you the progress that BHA has made this past year and a glimpse of where we're headed. Next slide. But I'd like to start with sharing with you who we are. The Broomfield Housing Alliance is Broomfield's independent housing authority. We were activated last year by City Council to address the diverse housing needs of Broomfield. Before I go any further, I do want to share appreciation for this City Council for making the bold and generous investment in the creation of the Broomfield Housing Alliance. Through your vision and commitment, BHA is able to pursue the work that I'm about to share with you. As an independent quasi-governmental entity, BHA can leverage funding opportunities, borrow money and issue bonds to raise capital, engage in real estate transactions, issue tax-exempt obligations. All of these powers enable BHA to pursue its mission to partner to create abundant, attainable, inclusive, and sustainable housing that gives all residents of Broomfield an opportunity to thrive. Essentially, BHA is an implementer and activator of the city and county's community goal to ensure Broomfield is a thriving, diverse, safe, and welcoming community. The next several slides will cover the business plan the BHA Board of Commissioners has adopted. Serving as a roadmap, including milestones to guide BHA's work, the business plan is informed by the intergovernmental agreement between the City and County of Broomfield and BHA, as well as the City and County community goals, which are aligned with the City Council's priorities. It is also guided by the recently updated housing needs assessment. The business plan guides BHA's work and is intended to be flexible and dynamic, allowing BHA to remain nimble and responsive to market changes and opportunities. This agility will enable BHA to leverage the resources we need to serve its priority populations, which are households generally earning between 30 and 60% AMI, and neighbors with specific needs, including older adults, aging persons with intellectual and developmental disabilities, single-parent families, and Black, Indigenous people of color. Next slide, please. Moving on to BHA's work. BHA is working to create homes. BHA will use our resources to leverage state, federal, and private sector funds to finance the development of diverse housing types. The immediate example of this will be the project you will hear about this evening, the Cottonwood community. As a housing authority, BHA will be able to use about $1 million of the seed money provided by the City and County of Broomfield to leverage approximately $15 million in local, federal, and private funding to support the development of this neuro-inclusive residential community. Also, in pursuit of creating attainable housing, BHA will continue to engage in special limited partnerships. As a housing authority, BHA is exempt from special assessments, sales, and property taxes. To facilitate the creation of income-aligned rental units, BHA can extend these exemptions to development projects that further BHA's mission and our shared goals of income-aligned housing. In exchange, BHA becomes part of the ownership structure and receives payment for its participation. To date, BHA is participating in 4 special limited partnerships, which have secured 309 deed-restricted affordable units. And currently, conversations are underway that could result in an additional 600 units pending entitlements and financing. Always looking for opportunities to create housing opportunities, BHA is working with a commercial real estate broker to acquire vacant land to hold and develop into future income-aligned housing. Next slide, please. In addition to building new homes, BHA is committed to preserving the affordability of existing homes. BHA is actively working to acquire existing multifamily rental properties to own and manage and secure as affordable. BHA is also tracking existing low-income housing tax credit properties in Broomfield, of which there are 13. As tax credit properties compliance periods expire, BHA hopes to work with property owners to devise a long-term strategy to maintain the affordability of the properties. Next slide, please. Another critical tool available are a myriad of housing vouchers, which help income qualifying households access and maintain housing. BHA is the grantee to the State of Colorado Division of Housing, Housing Choice Voucher, and State Housing Voucher programs. We are working to renew our contract for an additional 5 years and expand the number and type of vouchers available in Broomfield. As of tomorrow, we will have a full-time voucher case manager joining our team. She will lead our work in expanding our voucher and rental assistance programs. This expansion will be bolstered by a focused landlord recruitment strategy, expansion of our housing navigation services, and developing programming to support community members to ensure successful tenancy. Next slide, please. While the primary focus is to create and preserve housing options, this work is grounded in partnering and advocating for broader housing solutions. BHA continues to track and inform legislative activity at the local, state, and federal levels. This past year and continuing in the future, BHA focuses a great deal on relationship building. Locally, this includes our partners across the City and County of Broomfield, community service agencies, housing advocates, faith-based organizations, financial institutions, and our future neighbors and residents. Our primary regional, state, and federal partners include the Rocky Mountain Partnership, Boulder Broomfield Regional Consortium, the Colorado Health Foundation, Colorado Housing Finance Authority, Housing Colorado, Colorado NARO, and HUD. BHA, in coordination with the Broomfield Housing Division, will continue to help facilitate the development of a local housing strategy to ensure coordination and alignment to meet our shared housing goals. This includes supporting initiatives addressing housing needs for the unhoused and housing insecure, as well as efforts facilitating homeownership opportunities. An example of supporting innovative housing initiatives, BHA is currently coordinating with Broomfield High School to expand their construction program to include the building of ADUs to be provided to Broomfield homeowners. Next slide, please. When BHA was established in 2022, just last year, the goal was for BHA to be an independent entity within 3 years. We are on track to do just that. We continue to establish the policy and procedures needed to ensure strong financial management and organizational efficiency and effectiveness. Through the generation of diverse revenue streams, including fees and income associated with developments, partnerships, and voucher programs, BHA is striving to reach financial sustainability and continue to expand our capacity and impact. And this is what differentiates us from other developers. We are mission driven and we serve Broomfield, and any financial resources we generate go straight into our next project and pursuing our mission here in Broomfield. Next slide, please. Reflecting on BHA's value of interdependence, we know to succeed at addressing the housing needs of Broomfield, we must continue to coordinate and partner with the city and county of Broomfield. BHA is grateful to the bold investment made by the city and county of Broomfield to establish it as an independent housing authority. Essentially a startup, the initial investing grant was essential seed funding to get BHA launched. And as BHA works towards financial independence, it will take time. And finally, as Broomfield's housing authority, BHA is committed to continued communication and engagement with city council, city leadership, and staff to align our shared priorities, which are all aimed at ensuring Broomfield is a community where all residents thrive. Next slide, please. And with that, I just want to say thank you for the opportunity to share our work with you this evening. We are proud to be your housing authority, and we are committed to achieving the city and county's community goals to ensure Broomfield is a thriving, diverse, safe, and welcoming community, which translates into BHA's vision that no resident of Broomfield will have their ability to thrive diminished by a lack of access to safe and affordable housing. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Well, thank you very much for that update, Ms. Heiser, Mr. Monroe, and the members of the Alliance that are here tonight. We will go to council member questions next. Councilmember Marshallson.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for coming and talking to us tonight. Very excited about the work that you're doing. Can you go into the vouchers, the one question I have? What are you currently offering and what is it going to look like? What are you anticipating that looking like?
Well, currently, our voucher offerings are limited. We are a grantee to the state's housing voucher program, which actually has been a part of the city and county of Broomfield's housing supports for the last few years. And Human Services has managed those for the city and county. We're transitioning that to our new position tomorrow, who will be overseeing those. Currently, we have 21 vouchers available and in use in Broomfield. We are in conversations with the state to expand using a variety of their voucher resources that they have available. That includes VASH, there's a community access CAT vouchers, a variety of, there's all sorts of alphabet soup vouchers out there that we're trying to access. Right now, the state, because of some work that they're doing with HUD, their voucher program is on hold. And so it won't be until the end of the year. We had anticipated that we would be bringing 24 new vouchers on this summer, but we've since been told that they have put their entire program on hold for this year as they work through the circumstances with HUD. But we are first in line to receive additional vouchers at the end of this year that we will then put out through a wait list. At the same time, we continue conversations with the Division of Housing, as well as with HUD. And we've also started a conversation locally as to what would a locally funded voucher program look like. And just this afternoon, I was talking to a philanthropic partner who was interested in continuing that conversation with us as to how we might go about doing that.
Do we currently have a waiting list for those? And
we do not have a waiting list. We haven't opened a waiting list for a few years now.
do we anticipate what the need is in the community?
I don't have a number off the top of my head. I guess reverting back to the housing needs assessment, we do have a need of 1,700 units. So if you equate that with the need for vouchers, that might give us a ballpark, but I would happily get back to you with that information once we define that.
That's my only question. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Cohen.
Excuse me. I think Councilmember Marshallson asked my question about a waiting list, but I mean, you have 300 online now, 600 coming. You have some sense of the demand for those, that it's double or more than that already, right? Based on the housing assessment.
Oh, but in terms of units, housing units?
The demand for those units.
Oh, the demand, I think I would revert back to the housing needs assessment, which said the 1,700.
Okay. And the last question, I thought, did you say a staff of 2?
Well, it's myself. I'm the executive director, Amanda Ropek, if you want to raise your hand. She is helping me with the development work. And then we have a housing choice voucher manager that's coming on tomorrow. We do consult or contract with attorneys and accountants and architecture firms that help us get the work done.
Very efficient. And I just wanted to ask also if any members of the Housing Authority Board wanted to speak. I'd love to hear their perspective on their first year. Thank you.
Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, council members, staff. My name is Bob Monroe. I live in 28 Sandra Lane, Gayton Green, Ward 3. I think we are virtually where an organization that is a startup organization should be. We spent our first year being fiscally responsible with how we were handling our money, setting up procedures and policies so that we can effectively tell the city council that we have those kinds of things in place, but also trying to work with the needs of the city and county in terms of development work, ongoing development discussions with outside developers, and looking at it for ourselves. I think at this point, I couldn't imagine that we'd be in a better place, except that we might have more self-generated income, which is going to be coming. So I really appreciate that. You give me an opportunity to speak. And again, for myself, I really want to thank the council for having provided us the opportunity to do this and the backing, the financial backing to get it started. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other council member questions? Councilmember Schaaf.
Thank you, Mayor. So wanted to zero in on kind of one of the big legislative conversations this last state legislator session, which was around the ability for local governments to acquire multifamily housing specifically, but utilizing that tool to be able to kind of be able to more be at the table when those properties come available. So I'm curious that when we're looking at these possible properties, do we have properties in Broomfield that would currently qualify or in the near future that we could potentially acquire?
So you're referring to the right of first refusal?
That's
you're
right.
Yeah, right of
Yep.
first refusal legislation. As I mentioned, right now we have 13 low-income housing tax credit properties that have been built in Broomfield since the tax credit program was adopted back in the 80s. And those are probably the easiest ones for us to engage with as they're expiring their tax credit compliance periods that we would be able to step into a conversation. We haven't had a chance to talk to the city staff because the way the legislation is written is that we would be doing that in coordination. We're both empowered to be able to do that, but it would really be a good conversation between the two of us to strategize as to how we would approach those properties.
Okay. And looking at those properties specifically, how can we be competitive with those properties? I mean, is there an advantage because those were already LIHTC properties and now those are expiring, or is there another tool we need to be competitive?
Well, what makes the housing authority competitive is if we have tax advantages because of our tax exemptions. And so there are benefits to the seller as well as to the long-term performance of the property.
Okay. And then the last one, which would be around these properties, decisions got to be made pretty quickly. And I don't want to be, me individually or, as a part of a council that slows up that process. How can we make those decisions quickly when those properties become available and we can be at the table and make a solid offer on that property?
Well, I love that question. That's a great question. And I appreciate that energy. Our board has been talking about a real estate strategy ourselves and try to determine how we fast track authority to be able to make an offer on a property. And so I would suggest that probably the next step would be for myself to work with the economic vitality staff and city manager's office to determine kind of what are the approvals that we would need for us to feel confident to make an offer if it were to come available to us. But we are too, because my board meets once a month, if an opportunity becomes available to us, we don't have the time to wait for that next board meeting. So we are coming up with some procedures and practices in place to be able to expedite those types of approvals to give
Okay.
us the authority to do that. But I invite a conversation with the city and county staff for us to figure out what that looks like.
Okay, great. I'm glad to have those conversations happening. I know that that was a big question mark, is how local governments expedite their decision-making process so that they can meet that deadline that's set up either in the right of first refusal or just in general. How can we make these decisions quicker? So talking about the funding mechanism, I know that there's a lot of corporations that are making decisions to relocate to Broomfield based upon the housing availability, and particularly income aligned housing. And so how are we having conversations with those corporations, businesses, to ensure that they're playing within the space as well? And by having a separate housing authority or housing alliance, does that give us the ability for them to either contribute to the housing alliance or to help generate some of the either funds or resources to select, to gain some of these properties?
Sure. I will take a pass at that, but I'm going to invite somebody from Economic Vitality to join me in answering that question. But since we started last year, we've been at the table with Economic Vitality and with different conversations with developers and businesses that are coming in and having interest. And I think that's one of the areas that we can grow into, is to determine how we might benefit from the investment beyond them just being able to call Broomfield their corporate headquarters. And so I think that is a great initiative for us to move forward on. But as of now, the way that it's been working is we're in the conversations with groups that are looking to relocate, but look forward to more of those opportunities. Is anybody coming up from?
I was just gonna, Councilmember Schaaf, to your last question about how to expedite. It's less about the structure and it's more about the money. So part of the growth and development and independence of Broomfield Housing Authority, Council has provided $3 million of seed money. And really it's about capitalizing. In fact, Kristen and Bob and Linda and I met today about what it looks like for a local government to be at the table in order to parlay those funds. So if you come to the table with 500,000, you're able to generate X number. Sounds great. If you have the 500,000 to parlay. So again, between competing interests, having that independence and having the Broomfield Housing Alliance being able to seek their own funding, their own bonds, they're 503, so they're tax exempt. But there will always, and from a city county perspective, we need to anticipate very seldom will there come a project with BHA that they don't come back to CCOB for additional funding. So again, it's competing interests. And so housing is important. And so are, a plethora of other CIP projects. So it's really an ongoing dialogue, and that's part of the ongoing communication with BHA is we haven't had a company yet not come because of access for housing. So again, it's that focus. It can't be all things to all people. We need to be able to plan mindfully with the dollars that they have, the seed money that they have. I think there's 2.5 million still left in that account. And then as we move forward, we know that council's decisions to, upon staff's recommendation to increase the cash in lieu so that we incentivized building units instead of the seed money. And we're finding that as working as well. You can't buy your way out of it as cheaply as you could before. So we are seeing the increase in the units. So again, it's balancing, it's prioritizing, and it's understanding that allocating dollars that you didn't plan on for one priority impacts other priorities that you planned on funding. So as we move forward, we're going to continue to have pretty difficult conversations about what that looks like.
Thank you for that. The last question I have is around the ADUs. So I mean, I think this is a great idea to work with Broomfield High School to construct those ADUs. Does that solve a lot of the barrier that exists for homeowners to be able to construct those ADUs? Is that enough, or is the permitting process or just the land availability a barrier that is still too much of a hurdle for homeowners to get over?
Honestly, I don't know the exact barriers. We've just started this conversation. The Division of Housing is in these conversations with me as well, but we are looking for ways for the ADUs to be built at Broomfield High School. We would find a participating homeowner who would want to have this on their in their backyard. We've done the research to figure out what that means in terms of permitting and costs and movement. So we're just in the beginning stages of that, but I do think that would be part of our exploration of to remove as many barriers as we can so we can see more ADUs in place.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. Thanks, Mayor.
Sure. Councilmember Lim?
That was my question about the encouragement of the ADUs. And because as I testified in opposition to Senate Bill 23-213 and what said that we were ahead of the curve, Broomfield was ahead of the curve in many of the areas for what the mandates were in place in that bill. You know, we have had ADU except, you know, allowances, but we haven't had many built. So that was, you know, on my mind as I testified in opposition to 213. So I am interested. I certainly know that our Ward 3 resident who built an ADU has some suggestions about what could have facilitated that for in the construction process and permitting and things. So I'm sure you'll talk to him. But that was my question. Thanks.
We are just to follow through on that. So we engaged in a conversation just recently with Broomfield High School. We do plan to take the next year to further develop the program and to launch a curriculum and production effort in the next, not the 24-25 school, no, the 23-24, but in the 24-25 school year. So just to give you some timing as to we build up the curriculum and the resources needed to support this program.
I guess the other thing I would mention with my assignment with the workforce board, and we frequently talk about all the state funding that's available for apprenticeships, especially in the construction areas is a big one. So, you know, if there's any occasion that you have to encounter a developer, a construction company, Broomfield High School, that in some way could interface and use those state funds for apprenticeships, that would be wonderful too.
Well, just to round that out, so we are actually in conversations with BBST because that's where Broomfield High School is located, and they were looking at the program starting out at the Broomfield High School site, and then students would go to their tech program that's up in Boulder. So it is intended to be a job training program. Another piece of it that we're looking at, there is, I can't remember the name of it, but there is a prison in Colorado that builds cabinetry, trusses, and joists, and looking at partnering with them as well to bring those types of materials coming. So doing the job training in with incarcerated individuals as well to help job training on that front too.
That's great. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other council member questions or comments? Well, I think it's really helpful for you to come in and kind of give an overview of what the Broomfield Housing Alliance is. And there is some history. We were the housing authority for how long?
Forever.
I think
Was
20
it-
years that you
So when we
started in
became a
2001.
county, we made council the housing authority. Is that
Yes,
correct?
and actually that was one of my very first, when city leadership at the time didn't quite know what to do with me. It was the transition to go and get the Section 8 vouchers. And it was the first year that the NOFA, Notice of Funding Availability, put the criteria that you could only get Section 8 vouchers if you'd been administering Section 8 vouchers. So we had just become a city and county, therefore we hadn't been administrating the vouchers. So we were in that really silly gray area. So it's pretty remarkable to see from whence we come.
Yeah, so for years, it was just the housing authority on the agenda, but let's be honest, not much was really happening with that housing authority. It was kind of just a name.
Well, no, but, and then some, right? I mean, again, that's what was handed off to Broomfield Housing Authority over the last year and a half was really capitalizing on that pipeline, right? So we know that over the last 3 years, council has approved the inclusionary housing ordinance
Well, that came from the Broomfield Housing
task force.
Advisory Committee,
Sure.
which our own Sharon Tessier was the person who said, we need this.
Mhm.
And back in 2015, that was like probably the first time affordable housing was truly becoming something we talked about and became a priority. And over much work in the housing needs assessment, the Broomfield Housing Advisory Committee, which they were all volunteer Broomfield residents, really analyzed the problem and the crisis. And through that study, it became more apparent to everyone on council that, wow, we do have a lot of gaps to fill. We don't have housing that's aligned with every income. And so people were being forced to move away and not be able to stay here. So this is the progression. So then the Housing Advisory Committee came back with several recommendations. And over the years that I've been on council, since 2017, we've enacted each one. And the final one was to appoint an independent housing authority that could truly devote time and resources and expertise to solving the housing crisis. And I think 4 of those original volunteers from the advisory committee sit on the housing authority. So they're so knowledgeable, they're residents, they live here. And then we were so lucky to get Kristen. And she's, leading the way. So it's really an exciting time. We're growing up into a real county and we're tackling the issues that every city and county is facing. And this is the first project that they're bringing forward, which we'll get to next. So thank you guys so much for your work. And I know it's from the heart and you've been doing this a long time. So moving on, thank you for the update. Tonight's only concept review is a proposal for an income-aligned residential development in the Northmore Estates subdivision, intended to primarily serve the intellectually and developmentally disabled population. We will follow the city's standard procedures for concept plan reviews. First, the staff will present a summary of the concept. Following the staff summary, the developer will make their presentation. We will then take comments from members of the Land Use Review Commission and other interested advisory boards, followed by public comment. Then the developer will have an opportunity for final comments and finally questions and comments from City Council. Electronic copies of concept review plans are available at broomfieldvoice.com. Copies of comments provided for each plan at broomfieldvoice.com have been provided to the City Council and can be found in the correspondence folder linked in tonight's agenda. As I mentioned at the start of the meeting, this is just a concept review, which is one of the first steps in our full development process. There is no application pending and there's no vote being taken tonight. The goal of tonight's meeting is to hear the developer's concept, the community's feedback, and for council to provide feedback to the applicant. One more note, City Council does not have the authority to tell the developer to not submit an application. We will give them guidance and feedback, but it's ultimately up to the applicant to decide to move forward. Council members have a copy of the agenda memorandum for this proposal, which I'll ask our staff to summarize.
Thank you, Mayor. And Ms. Jablong is going to walk us through this item. It's good to see you up there on that
Thank you.
podium. This is her first big one, and we're excited to see you.
Yeah, I think so. Well, good evening, Mayor and City Council. If we could go to the next slide, please. The applicant has submitted a conceptual plan for a 40-unit income-aligned residential project titled Cottonwood Residential. The project will be located on a 1.82-acre site within the Northmore Estates subdivision, currently zoned low-density residential or R1. If the project does move forward, the request will require a rezoning to planned unit development, a replat, a site development plan, a vacation of existing right-of-way, and a subdivision improvement agreement. Next page. The project area currently consists of 4 separate lots arranged around a cul-de-sac. At the northwest corner of the site, an existing home owned by Habitat for Humanity is utilized for senior living and administrative purposes. To the east of the subject area are existing single-family homes also in the Northmore Estates subdivision. Northmore Park is located to the west. The property to the south of the project area is owned by Ball Swan Children's Center, and the current proposal does include off-site improvements on the property owned by Ball Swan, including an access drive and detention pond updates. Ball Swan will need to provide an approval of these improvements prior to the project moving forward with these changes. Next page, please. And then we have a video here that will play as well. All right, so this video begins on the existing cul-de-sac looking north. Then we're going to pan west and we're going to see the existing Habitat for Humanity site. Then continue to pan west and you will see here the existing vacant parcels as well as Northmore Park. Panning to the south, you can see the Ball Swan Center. And then to the east, you can see the existing single-family residences. And the video will end facing north again. And we can go to the next page of the presentation. Thank you. The subject parcels are designated for residential use within the Broomfield Comprehensive Plan, and the proposal is consistent with this comprehensive plan land use. However, the proposed development will result in anticipated negative impact of $85,000 per year. Next page, please. The conceptual site layout can be seen in the image provided on screen. As previously mentioned, the proposal's currently designed includes a total of 40 residences with a mix of 1-bedroom and 2-bedroom units. The site provides 2 single-story buildings along the eastern edge of the property line, intended to provide consistency with the adjacent single-story family homes. Toward the west of the property, the applicant intends to utilize 3-story buildings with exterior walkways. A common house will be provided along the southern property line to provide opportunities for community events, as well as services for the intended residents. The community will be fully income aligned and will be marketed as residence for members of the community with intellectual and developmental disabilities. However, other individuals meeting income requirements may also live at this community. The subject proposal does include a variance from the parking requirements of the Broomfield Municipal Code, and the code requirements for this site based on the code would be approximately 70 vehicles. The applicant is currently intending on providing 40 parking spaces and has stated that they anticipate a number of their residents may not drive and will likely make use of services such as ride shares, RTD Flex Ride, Broomfield Easy Ride, or family members for transportation. Next page, please. The applicant has provided example images of what the 3-story building with exterior walkways may look like. If the applicant does choose to move forward with this proposal, they will need to provide exact details on what the building facade will look like. Next page, please. The proposal does include 0.36 acres of on-site amenity spaces, including a gathering space, sensory garden, horseshoe pit, and outdoor dining area. The subject proposal currently includes a request for a waiver from the city public land dedication requirements, as it is important for the community to have the ability to manage these on-site spaces in order to ensure they are useful and safe for their residents who may be members of the IDD community. Broomfield's Open Space and Trails Advisory Committee and Parks, Recreation, and Senior Services staff have indicated support of the waiver request. Next page, please. The subject proposal has met all public requirements for this meeting and has held an in-person neighborhood meeting on May 3rd. Residents have shared concerns related to whether the proposed density, height, and design are compatible with the surrounding area and whether the design adequately addresses traffic and parking for the potential use. These concerns have been identified as a key issue and have been communicated to the applicant for their consideration moving forward. Thank you. That concludes the staff report.
Thank you, Ms. Jablin. The developer's presentation is next. Will the developer's representative please identify themselves for our listeners before beginning your brief presentation this evening? Check your mic.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
All right. So good evening again, Kristen Heiser, Executive Director of the Broomfield Housing Alliance. I'm joined by another Kristen Wito from Caddis Collaborative. We are here tonight to introduce a concept and to hear your feedback. We are proposing a proposal to create a community where people of all neuro abilities can call home and thrive. The site is located in the Northmore neighborhood at 13th and Cottonwood. Next slide, please. I'd like to start if you could advance to the next slide. All right, thank you. So I'm going to start my presentation with a little look back on the history of this land. Soon after the city of Broomfield was incorporated in 1961, community leaders Bal Swan and Fred Spallone gave money and land to build the current Bal Swan Children's Center to serve children with disabilities. Around 2010, the Hems family purchased the 8 parcels of vacant land north of the Bal Swan School to build Glory Community. The Hems had the 8 parcels replatted into 5 parcels to build 5 homes to provide housing to 40 adults with developmental disabilities. In 2012, Glory Home, pictured here in the middle of the slide, was built. In 2019, Flatirons Habitat for Humanity acquired the Glory Home to continue to serve as a group home for older adults and house Habitat's offices. In 2022, Habitat for Humanity approached the city and county of Broomfield and the brand new Broomfield Housing Alliance, offering to sell the land to Broomfield Housing Alliance. Following our acquisition of the land, we were awarded a grant from the Colorado Housing Finance Authority to commission a feasibility and market study. These studies confirmed the demand for housing for persons with special needs and the potential for the land to yield up to 40 units of housing, pending the development review and process. Next slide, please. Once BHA owned the land, we initiated conversations with our institutional neighbors, being Bal Swan and Flatirons Habitat for Humanity. In addition to an on-stake stakeholder meeting and the recent neighborhood meeting, BHA has initiated at least 8 meetings with Bal Swan to discuss the potential for the site, seek their feedback on the developing concept, and explore mutually beneficial site improvements serving both of our properties as we look to develop and they look to redevelop. While BHA pursues the development of an income-aligned, neuro-inclusive, accessible community at the site, we remain committed to work with our neighbors to hear their concerns and ideas, inform the eventual shape and design of the Cottonwood community and how it interacts with surrounding neighbors. So far, in response to community input, the plan review comments and site opportunities, the total unit count, we've already reduced from 41 to 40. The unit mix has been adjusted to meet the specific needs and desires of potential residents. And we've eliminated parallel parking along the proposed fire lane, increasing the parking stalls from 38 to 40. Next slide, please. So looking forward, what is the vision for Cottonwood? We envision an intentional, neuro-inclusive community offering safe, accessible, independent, supportive housing. To be most efficient with the land and meet the housing needs of our community, it has been objectively determined the site can yield up to 40 units of multifamily housing. The site is envisioned to use a consumer-controlled services model with residents accessing service and programs of their choosing in the broader community. The concept for Cottonwood also includes a common house that will house on-site property management and resident services, BHA offices, and space for residents to socialize with their neighbors, friends, and family. Next slide, please. So who will call Cottonwood home? Cottonwood and Broomfield, who will call it home?
Excuse me one second, Ms. Heisers. Okay, you guys, we have a lot of folks listening at home, and we do have decorum in the chambers that one person speaks at a time. Everyone will have a chance to speak if you signed up. So please be respectful of the person who has the floor. Otherwise, I'll have to take a recess to restore order. Thank you. Continue, Ms. Heiser.
Thank you. So who will call Cottonwood home? Being true to the legacy of the land, Cottonwood will be a community where people of all neuro abilities can call home and live their best lives. The priority populations we intend to serve are persons with intellectual and developmental disabilities, or IDD, and older adults. For Friends of Broomfield, IDD is defined as a childhood disorder resulting in a substantial disability affecting an individual's intellectual and physical functioning and adaptive behavior. Examples include autism, Down syndrome, cerebral palsy. Following the Fair Housing Act, which we are obligated to do, we cannot deny housing based on race, color, sex, national origin, disability, religion, ancestry, creed, marital status, marriage, or familial status. Adhering to the Fair Housing Act, in addition to IDDs and older adults, the property can also serve small families and individuals, truly creating a neurodiverse and inclusive community. Serving neurotypical persons is in line with Valson's stated desire for the property to be home to possibly their teachers, staff, and maybe families of students. Cottonwood will be required to have a tenant selection plan to ensure tenants are selected for occupancy in accordance with federal requirements and established management policies. Applicant screening will include a criminal background check and sex offender registry search. While the exact specifications of the tenant selection plan are to be defined, it will include disqualification if there is a record of felony related to violent crimes, drug manufacturing and trafficking, or trafficking, sex crimes requiring the felon to register as a sex offender, or crimes that could threaten the health, safety, or right to peaceful enjoyment of the building by other residents, staff, and neighbors. One point of clarification relates to the number of units we are legally allowed to set aside for specific populations. Because of the resources we are likely to use to build and operate Cottonwood, we are only able to officially designate or set aside 25% of the units for any specific population. So if we're able to provide 40 units, only 10 can be officially designated to say IDD persons. This does not mean we cannot rent other apartments on the site to persons with IDD. It simply means the balance of the units, in this scenario, 30 units, cannot be officially set aside for persons with IDD. As for the income levels of the Cottonwood residents, no resident will earn more than 60% AMI. That equates to about $49,000 for one person or $56,000 for a two-person household in Broomfield. To put this in context, the starting salary of a teacher in Broomfield is about $28,000, and the starting salary for a firefighter is about $48,000. To put it in further context, many people with IDD rely on SSI as their only source of income. In 2023, the maximum monthly benefit for room, board, and spending money, the maximum is $914. So because of that, we will be searching and applying vouchers to this to make it available to individuals with SSI benefits. I'm going to now pass the presentation to Kristen Wito from Caddis to discuss the concept design.
Hello, I'm Kristen Wito with Caddis. I'm an architect at the firm. We're in Boulder, Colorado. Just next slide, please. Just to start out, to orient you where the property is, the site is shown in red. And you can see where there's a circle that's a half-mile radius approximately. So you can see that we're close to the Northmore ball fields and the reservoir and dog parks and fields. That would be approximately like a 15-minute walk. North is up, and you can see Belle Swan to the south, as well as two other multifamily properties nearby of similar density that you might be familiar with, the Foxborough Town and the Country Club Village on Dexter. Next slide. This is the concept plan currently, where we wanted to kind of identify in color the relationship between the proposed new units and the single family residence to the east. And you see that they are in comparable height, one story on our property, one and two stories on the single family on the east. The three-story multi-unit building is located more southerly and westernly in the more abutting the open space. The elimination of the cul-de-sac allows us to disperse those units across the site and provide a balance of open space and building coverage. We're also proposing appropriate level of vehicle and bicycle parking and focusing on loading and unloading areas as like Kristen had mentioned, the ride share and transportation needs are a little different for this community. There's also a shared drainage agreement between the Cottonwood property and the Belle Swan property to the south. And that is located in at the southern property line in kind of a U shape. And the percentages are about 75% for Cottonwood to drain there and 25 from Val Swan's property. Next slide. This is a diagram highlighting some of the sustainable measures that we're planning for both the property and the building. We plan to target the Department of Energy's net zero energy ready buildings and enterprise green communities certification. The indoor environments for these units are going to be focused on good indoor air quality, ventilation, good daylighting, healthy materials. We're also looking at doing rooftop solar mount panels on all the buildings, which is going to be vital to meeting that high performance threshold. The landscape will be, we're looking at doing like a water-wise landscape, which would include landscaped rain gardens, permeable surfaces, edible landscapes to create a really lush outdoor experience. Lighting would be dark sky compliant. We're imagining bollard lighting along pathways at key intersections and full cutoff lighting at the building. Next slide. We wanted to highlight a little bit more about the parking and the transportation, since that's been a big question at our neighborhood meetings. There's a lot of research that supports this population we're hoping to serve. Only about 15% of the persons with IDD generally own a vehicle or drive, and 18% of senior citizens in Colorado drive themselves. Most will rely on other means, such as family members or friends or transportation services. We're looking to then emphasize that circulation in the drop-off and pickup areas rather than utilizing that for sole parking for just a unit. There's also, we are still planning one vehicle parking stall per dwelling unit, which we feel is pretty adequate for this population again, and this size of a development. Next slide. I think Shelby also had some of these images up, but wanted to share some of the inspiration photos of what we were looking for this landscape to look like, and some of the site amenities that we're planning for that include things like movie screens for outdoor movie viewings, maybe tetherball, some rain gardens that are landscaped and beautiful, not just functional. Some garden spaces that are more sensory driven, not necessarily like planting vegetables, but that could be a possibility as well. Next slide. And again, some repetitive images here, but of our inspiration for this elevated walkway that's covered, that gives us a lot of benefit in terms of community interactions, but as it also functions to create a fully accessible community where all units are accessed, by all persons with any level of mobility. So we think that will give us a lot of rich community interactions, and spaces to enjoy outdoors, but also is very functional. Next slide. Thank you very much. I think we're open to questions now.
Thank you, Kristen and Kristen. Next, are there any members of the Land Use Review Commission present who would like to comment on the proposal? I don't see any. Okay, moving on. Are there any other boards or commissions that wanted feedback, open space? Not seeing it. ACEs, they don't do that, right? Okay. Then now we will proceed with public comments. For those here to make public comments tonight, thank you. We also want to share with our residents that council has reviewed the emails and correspondence submitted to the city, and they have all been added to the record. If your comment repeats what a person said before, indicate your agreement. You don't have to say everything they said, and this will help with time. But we do have about 22 people signed up to speak, so we have time for everyone. And And then, as I previously mentioned, we'll hear from 6 people in person, and then we'll go to people on the phone. So I have 1 person on the phone. We'll go to them after. Priority will be given to those that indicated they're Broomfield residents on the sign-up sheet. Non-residents will have a chance to speak if time remains after Broomfield residents have made their comments. When possible, we'll alternate between comments for and against the project. As we call your name, please come up to the podium, state your name and neighborhood for the record, and limit your comments to 3 minutes in this first group. If you're joining by phone, just press *3, state your name and neighborhood, and you will be placed in the queue. So our first 3 speakers are Natalia Slater, Michael Myers, and Gary Gagnon. If you'd like to please come up to the podium. And I apologize if I don't get the name right. You can correct me.
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, Member of Council.
Would you like to step a little closer to your mic? Thank you. You can
Good
bring it
evening,
down.
neighbors. Thank you for chance to tell our concerns. So my name is Natalia Slater. I'm living in Cottonwood Street. 10 years, I'm a resident of this community. And I know there's a lot of interest laying on this piece of land, investors in interest, city interest, and people who live in there, and we will see this land on a daily basis. So we're concerned. My concern is, we heard the number about 40 units, but we never heard the number of people who are living there. And I think it will be more people than 40, right? And what I think that our neighborhood cannot support this density and make quality life for everybody. It's too many people, and as a specialist who working with people with HDD, 15 years on daily basis. I was working with singles family. I'm social worker, used to be, but my experience with me, this population density is not good for them at first place. It's too many people and too little area for them to thrive. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next is Michael Myers. You guys. Remember about the decorum, please. The applause takes time away, and we do have a long agenda to get through. So I appreciate your enthusiasm, but let's try to keep that down. Thank you. Mr. Myers?
Yes, good evening. My name is Mike Myers, and my wife and I have a child who's autistic. He's one of 96,000 in the state of Colorado. Nearly 70% of those live with their parents or their guardian because, quite frankly, there isn't appropriate housing for them throughout the state. This isn't a Broomfield issue. It's not a Boulder issue. It's a statewide issue. And so we stand in support of Cottonwood because we see it as an appropriate use of the space. We see it as an effective use of the space to support people who need a community with better security, with a more social environment where they can actually gather and interact with one another. And we know from a lot of experience working in this space that there really are no options throughout Boulder County, throughout most of this part of the state, as a matter of fact. So we stand in full support of what the group is doing. We will actively support it and do whatever we can to coexist appropriately with the neighbors who have understandable concerns about density and traffic and other things. The last thing I would just say is, for those of you that have never met with or interacted with a person with any kind of special need, you'll never meet a person that has more joy for life and is more respectful of life than these people. So I ask the City Council to give them a chance and to support this and to lead a state that is directionless in this regard. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next is Gary Gagnon.
Good evening, Gary Gagnon. I live at 1045 East 14th Avenue. My wife and I moved to Broomfield 44 years ago, and we're at our current address for 37 years. So we've had a chance to watch Broomfield go from a little community to what it is now. Initially, I am not against. I put down against, but that was for or against. I'm not against the concept because being a retired school social worker, I've worked very much over the years with a lot of different populations. What I am against is the three-story buildings being put up. I don't think that's appropriate for the neighborhood. My wife and I, over the years, have watched the neighbors work with the city to put in park benches, to put in a picnic table. We've watched our neighbors every year for the past 12 years put in park plants around to beautify the neighborhood in general. I would ask the city council to look very seriously at a three-story structure put in there. I feel a little bit concerned for the people that live on, I don't know if it's the east or west side, that are going to have to be looking at a three-story facility, whereas they used to have a park that they were able to look at. Again, like I said, I'm very much supportive of having a population that is designated for that area move in, but I am very opposed to a three-story buildings in there. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next three speakers are Gina Kofel, Dale Coover, and Nina Taylor.
Good evening, Mayor Castriata and council members. My name is Gina Kofel and I live in the Outlook subdivision. I am here in support of the Cottonwood residential project. And I really want to acknowledge, and because I appreciate very much the work done by the Broomfield Housing Department, Kristen and Sharon and their teams and the Broomfield Housing Alliance Board. Thank you for the work that you've put into this. It is truly unique. I am the mother of an adult son with intellectual and developmental disabilities, and I'm also the founder and CEO of Friends of Broomfield, an agency providing programs and support for adults with IDD. I have lived here for over 35 years, and Friends has been serving this community for 25. Standing here feels familiar as I stood before council when Friends first started. I listened to a fearful group of people objecting to our existence in their neighborhood, and I'm hearing it again. I understand that change is hard, and those of us who have lived here a long time and raised our families here agree. Still, we must accept change because it will happen whether or not we like it. Many of us who do nonprofit work have seen the impact on our community's most marginalized members when sufficient housing isn't available. It's not about bringing in strangers to house affordably. We're talking about taking care of our parents, our grandparents, single moms, our employees, and those with disabilities, most of which have no chance of stability without an option like Cottonwood. I understand there's fear not knowing who will live at Cottonwood. You don't have a choice in your neighborhood or your neighbors now. Cottonwood will include safeguards like extra security and wraparound supports. As far as I know, the Northmore neighborhood doesn't have an HOA. And what control do any of those neighbors have over the concerns that they present? My biggest fear is not knowing what will happen to my son when I'm gone. My dream is to have something for him that is safe, comfortable, supported, and part of a caring community. What's good for the IDD community will also be good for all those who live there. There was a gentleman at the community meeting passing out a petition opposing this project. And when I asked him what his main objective was, he said, "I don't want a building here. I worked hard to move out of an apartment to live here with my family." I understand that that was your dream, but why should your dream come true at the expense of many others who have lived in, worked in, grown up in, and given back to this community of Broomfield? Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Dale Cougar.
My name is Dale Coover. 19 years in Northmore on the 1200 block of Cottonwood. And I oppose it not because of who may move in there, but because of the density and the traffic. At this time, I see people, mothers and fathers who are rushing up to get their kids out of Bow Swan, and they have no regard for the speed limit coming through the neighborhoods because they're running a few minutes late. Now you're going to put a road coming through from 13th Street to 14th that people are going to use for a cut through. So it's going to become unsafe. The height requirement that you're asking, I don't think it fits in with the neighborhood. Again, I have no objection to having some kind of a community building there that fits our needs. I have a neighbor that has 7 cars. They park in front of my house. You're telling me that those parking spaces are going to be adequate to take care of those people there? I don't believe it. I'm in construction. I've gone to some places where they have one parking lot for it. There's no place to unload your equipment. There's no place for guests to park. It's just going to be an overload. So I thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next is Nina Taylor, and then we'll go to the phone.
Hi, I also wanted to thank Kristen and the BHA. It's been amazing what they have done. I am speaking to you about Cottonwood and the community meeting that we had on May 3rd. I was in the traffic group and heard concerns about how much traffic would be happening due to the new project up on Aspen and 144th, as well as the width of the streets. This had me sitting and thinking for the last couple of weeks, why? So on Mother's Day, my husband and I decided to go drive by the homes at Aspen on 144th and see how close they were to Cottonwood. And I couldn't see a reason for a problem with traffic. We noticed Aspen and 144th really is not going to cause traffic for the area at 14th and Dexter or the Cottonwood area as we drove to Cottonwood. It's like you would purposely have to drive to 14th on a daily basis. You would have to drive there for a good reason. So next we drove on Cottonwood so my husband could see what I've been working with. And he was so amazed by what we've been doing and what Kristen and the architectural committee is really trying to put together. After we drove down Dexter to see how wide the street was, we also took notice of 14th and how wide it was. We were surprised at how wide it was and how you could easily park on either side of the street and still drive down the street without a problem, which is what a few residents were complaining about, how on 4th of July during the festivities during the park, that it was a problem. We both noted that Dexter was wider than the neighborhood I live in Anthem Highlands and at Pikes Peak or Lookout or any of the streets in Anthem Highlands. I wish I'd had a tape measure so I can measure it and measure my street. And I didn't have one at that point. So I tried to come back home and I looked on the city and county of Broomfield and tried to look it up and I couldn't even look it up, which was frustrating. And I actually emailed Kristen and Sharon Tessier trying to get that information and they asked me to speak instead. And I just wanted you to know that I don't think that a width of a street should be a cause for not passing this through. And I understand the the residents' concerns. But what I really want is, instead of being upset, let's sit down and talk about this, because that's what's going to make the difference. This is an important project for the IDD and for seniors. And let's just sit down and talk and make those differences better. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we'll go to the phone. We have one caller, and it is Debbie. Can you hear us, Debbie?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, you're on. You have 3 minutes.
Okay, I've never done this before. I'm sorry I can't join you in person, but I've been traveling and I was up at 1:30 this morning to catch a plane, so I'm a sight for sore eyes. I just wanted to share, I am the executive director of Bao Swan Children's Center, and we are the neighbor to the south of the Cottonwood proposal. Chris and I met, I don't know, it's probably been a year ago, and just were giddy with excitement about how wonderful a project like this could be and how this land could be honored to serve a neuro-inclusive community, and the partnership between Bao Swan and the Cottonwood site. And we've been super excited about housing for neurodiverse individuals in our community. When we met with the city a long time ago, we had to make a decision how we were going to move forward together in our projects. Bao Swan is planning an expansion, and then this Cottonwood site is planning their proposal. So we decided that we were going to have what we called a swinging gate relationship. So we're both developing our own ideas, and we definitely want to have a swinging gate. We want to be good neighbors. And Kristen has included Bao Swan in the iterations and the community meeting that happened in the cul-de-sac, and then when the architects then proposed the drawing. When the architects proposed the most recent drawing, I took the drawings back to our architectural and civil engineering team, and some concerns came up around the fire lane and water retention. Since the community meeting at the beginning of May, our professionals, our civil engineers and architects have been able to talk, and we are really hopeful that we are going to be able to work together. We're committed to working together to make sure this project doesn't cause a liability for one entity or the other. So I wanted you to know the progress that has happened since that community meeting, and that we will continue to operate in good faith with one another and in support of a neuro-inclusive community where folks can come to Bao Swan and help, and seniors can come and read to kids, and we can really create community and belonging. Thank you.
Thank you, Debbie. Now we'll go back to our in-person residents, and the next 3 are Suzette Shozer, Melinda Murick, and Kevin Smiles. Suzette Shozer, Melinda Murick, and Kevin Smiles. You can line up behind the podium if you like.
Okay, so my name is Suzette Shozer, and I live 1409 Cottonwood. I am directly across from the proposed site. And my husband and I have lived there for over 25 years. And I voice, similar to some of the other residents, I am not concerned with the proposed population. I am very concerned that this proposal exceeds what should be put on that property. I'm also still confused. We see 40 units. How many people does that really equate to? And I don't see how we can put basically an apartment complex smack dab in the middle of an existing residential neighborhood because of traffic, the aesthetics of how it will look, 3-story buildings. My hope would be that the developers could go back to their plans and try to just make it a little smaller. It just seems to me it's too much for that space. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, City Council members, my name is Melinda Myrick. Full disclosure, I am not a Broomfield resident. I live in the town of Superior and I have for the last 25 years. I'm here with my daughter Erin tonight, and I am here in support of the Cottonwood project. Even though we're not residents, we do spend a lot of money here. So I just want to let you know, we do support your town. We've sent both of our daughters to Val Swan Preschool, which was a model for inclusive education at a time when there weren't many opportunities for this. Now Erin attends Friends of Broomfield, an adult day program with, as you've heard from Gina, an important presence in your community. I'm here because I not only support Erin as a young adult with developmental and physical disabilities, but also her friends and community members who should have the same opportunity to live independently as possible with appropriate supports in a supported environment. In short, she's one of your future hopeful residents. Thank you for considering this project, which furthers Broomfield's reputation and our experience as a city and county that welcomes and supports all of their current and potential residents, regardless of race, ability, or income. I also want to say after the meeting on May 3rd, I'm feeling slightly more encouraged. It seems like the objections that have been coming up about this project seem very workable. It just highlights the need for more conversation and more collaboration. And I feel like with this group of people, there's a lot of hope for that. And then lastly, I just wanted to say that back when I was waiting for my 4-year-old to come out of Val Swan Preschool and I was sitting on a park bench looking at this area, I never thought that as an adult that Erin might have a place to live there, that this community could be her permanent home. So thank you again for your consideration.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Kevin Smiles, and first of all, I'd like to say thank you for Lori. Her and I spoke in quite detail, and she arranged a meeting in the cul-de-sac right across from, well, they used to call it the Glory Home. It's not a Glory Home anymore. It's a rental place. Okay, and the mayor was there, and quite a few people that I recognize were there. So thank you for that. I appreciate that very much. You represent the ward very well, and it means a lot. As a person before me said that Susie, you know what, 3 stories on that lot is too much. Okay. And with that being said, if you look on Google Maps, it said, oh, it's 1.6 acres. No, it's 1.3. If you're counting the house, the old Glory house, maybe, okay? But that is inconclusive and false information. You want 3 stories in that tiny area. It does not make sense. In traffic, no. There's traffic all over the place there. They come and go, and it's just nonstop. There was a semi truck parked there at the Glory House for 2.5, 3 months. Okay. All right. What glory is there in that? There's going to be a lot more traffic, a lot more parking inconveniences that it will affect all of us that live on Cottonwood. I live right straight north of Cottonwood. So does my best friends. And there's traffic everywhere. You don't know who's parking there. You don't know what, and it's not okay. And I love Broomfield. I've been here for 25 years, moved from North Dakota. And I said, God, Colorado's a beautiful state. This is first place I wanted to live. And I'm glad I've done that. Hope I'm not taking up too much of time. Maybe give me 10 more seconds.
Oh,
but
you've got 26. Go ahead.
And I met some nice people. Chris, I've met you. Yeah, remember, right? And you know, kudos, it is where it is, right? People are trying to do the right thing. But let's make it a smart thing, an applicable thing, right? But it's too small of an area to put a three-story buildings there. And I feel for people that have disabilities, I really do. I know a couple people that have them. I might have one, I don't know. But just trying to put a little fun into it, but it's just too small of a space. It really is.
All right, Mr. Smiles, your time has expired if you want to wrap up your comments.
I appreciate everybody's comments and your time and all that, but thank you very much for letting me speak. But I had to do it because I love Broomfield. It's a beautiful town.
We agree. Thank you very much.
Right, thank you.
Our next three speakers are Suzanne Eck, Brad Sutton, and John Bosio.
Good evening. My name is Suzanne Eck, and I'm ecstatic to be here in front of council and the Broomfield community to talk about attainable housing for the IDD population. I'm grateful for the awareness and the buzz that this whole Cottonwood project has provided to this issue. I hope Cottonwood will be the first of many developments created for our most vulnerable and until now our most overlooked residents. As a member of the IDD Housing Task Force and a mother of an adult daughter with autism, I am grateful to the BHA for addressing the need for the attainable housing options for the IDD. This will be one of the first neuro-inclusive communities built in Colorado. Way to go, Broomfield. BHA is truly following their mission statement, which is partnering to create attainable, inclusive, and sustainable housing that gives all residents of Broomfield the opportunity to thrive. So thank you. I attended the residential concept review meeting. I've been following the comments on the Broomfield Voice, and I also met at that cul-de-sac meeting that Kevin arranged and Councilwoman Lori Anderson. And I listened to the concerns of the Northmore residents. My takeaway is that the biggest concern of the current design is the amount of units and the height of these units and the inadequacy of parking. I respect your concerns and I truly hope that the design can be modified so that you will be accepting of this development. Something will eventually be built on this property, and whatever is built will block your views. But having a neuro-inclusive community targeting adults with IDD, seniors, and working families earning 60% AMI is advantageous to Northmore neighbors. To ensure the safety of this vulnerable population, all potential residents will require a background check. Neighbors should have peace of mind knowing that this is a safeguard not only for my daughter and her peers, but for them as well. Other potential projects that don't target the IDD might not have this requirement. I could speak at length about the need for attainable housing for the IDD community. The Cottonwood project has opened the door to future conversations and projects. I look forward to advocating, collaborating, and bringing housing options to our most vulnerable residents here in Broomfield. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Brad Sutton.
Hello, I'm a resident at 1408 Cedar, directly across from the proposed development. Some of the people here are my neighbors. This is directly in my backyard. So, I think a real concern for a lot of the people are, this being marketed as an IDD complex. In reality, it's 1 in 4 apartments will be set aside for that. I think if this was truly an IDD residence, there would be very few people pushing back on it. The current density that we're looking at is it's too much for the area that we have. You know, I've heard comments about the 4th of July. I live on the street. I walk the street on the 4th of July. I go to Broomfield Commons to watch the fireworks. When there are parking on both sides of the street, you can barely get down the street. You know, I moved here 2 years ago with my family because of the park. I have a young child at home. And, you know, with that density and that much traffic, my concerns are for the safety of my child going back and forth to the park. There's a lot of young kids in the neighborhood that are in the park playing without parental, you know, their parents aren't there watching, you know, it's a safe place to be. What happens with all this increase in community to the neighborhood? And, you know, we're proposing 38 today. I heard there's 40 parking spots available. So that we're gonna have the BHA office there. How many parking spots will be required to support that? There'll be property management. How many parking spots for that? Maintenance supporting the facility. How many parking spots for that? We're saying 15% of them have vehicles, of the IDD community have vehicles. But what about everyone else? There's 38 parking spots or 40 parking spots total. That's gonna crowd our streets, you know, and that's not why I moved to this area. It's not why we pay taxes in this area. So thank you for your time.
Thank you.
I'm John Bozo. I'm a resident of Country Estates. And by way of full disclosure, I have been involved with Belle Swan Children's Center for over 40 years, and I am currently involved with Habitat for Humanity. The unfortunate aspect of the fact that this is an affordable housing project, and I fully support it because people have to realize that in order to get affordability, you're going to get density. And that's just the reality of it. The economics do not work unless you have density. I think there's a couple of misconceptions out there that I've heard tonight. One is the fact that a 3-story apartment there in all likelihood is not going to be any taller than the current Cottonwood facility, which is a 2.5-story facility with 12-foot ceiling heights. So that facility is probably as tall as a proposed 3-story facility. The other concern that I heard was about the traffic going through the south and the raceway towards Belle Swan. Is my understanding that that is an emergency access only. It goes through Belle Swan's parking lot, and Belle Swan's not going to allow that to become a through street. That's just the reality of it. Again, I fully support this. I've had friends that have had adults with intellectual disabilities. Ironically, the first house that my wife and I bought was in a small town, and we lived there almost a year before we found out that there were over a dozen homes with adults with disabilities, and that's how well they blended into the neighborhood. I am sure that there are underlying concerns about the type of population that would be in there, although I'm hearing most of the complaints being about density. But the fact of the matter is, this is a sorely needed project, and all projects come with trade-offs. And I would certainly urge the council to recognize the need for the affordability for adults with disabilities far outweighs the density issues that would occur at this particular project. Thank you.
Thank you. So we have one more person signed up for 3 minutes, and then we move to the 2-minute category. So Linda Kopel is next, and you'll have 3 minutes. And then after that, we'll have Travis Gerhardt and Lauren Braulier with 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Lena Koppel. I live at 1404 Dexter, which is basically kitty corner from where the development is going to be. The idea of the development, I totally applaud. The size of the development for the size of the property that's there, I question. There seem to me to be other places that have a bigger footprint that might accommodate a larger community. I think I don't like the idea of rezoning to the PDU, knowing that, I mean, I've lived here 30 years and I hope to be there until I die. And in 10 years, I don't know that the concept that's happening now and the people that are running it now are still going to be there in charge. And that if there's a possibility that down the road, 10 years from now, this is no longer part of the Broomfield Alliance. They decide they're going to sell that off and do something else somewhere else. What's going to take over that? Now you've got, who knows what's going to be in there. Whereas if it stays residential, if it stays residential, it seems to me that it might not be as volatile in the future. I applaud the idea, and I think we do need the housing. It hasn't really been presented in the meeting so far that this was going to be just IDD and elderly. It was 25% IDD and whoever else needs it. Now, I kind of looked around on the internet. I know you can't believe everything you see on the internet, but when you have housing, apartment housing in general, you're going to have turnovers. So the population there could be there for one year, then their circumstances change and they move on somewhere else. So we're thinking, instead of a residential neighborhood where people might stay 5 to 10 to 20 years before they leave, now we've got people coming and going possibly every year. That's a concern that I have in the quiet neighborhood that Northmore is at the moment. So I do believe in what the Broomfield Alliance is trying to do. I just think the postage stamp they're trying to do it on is not big enough. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Garrett, if you give me 1 second, I skipped over David Lucci. So my apologies to David Lucci. You are actually next and you have 3 minutes.
David Lucci, 1035 East 14th Avenue, Northmore Division. I just want to say, as the father of a daughter diagnosed with hemiplegia cerebral palsy, I'm conflicted on the issue. One, because I live there, and I agree with all the density and traffic opposition statements that have been made thus far. And I also agree with what the Housing Authority is trying to do to get housing for this affected population. However, I would really like to see us fight for more than a 25% cut of that if this does go through, and push on that. I understand that. I can't remember if that was a state law or what the law was that was stated currently, but I think that's something that needs to be looked at. And then there's a T intersection at 14th and Birch, where Birch dead ends. People run those stop signs going east and west. It's an all-way stop, but there's only 3 stops. I have concern for the safety of my daughter just about every day with that. So thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Now we'll move on to our next group of 2 minutes each, and starting with you, Mr. Gerhart, and my apologies.
No problem. Mayor, council members, thank you for your time, your work. I appreciate it. I really just want to echo what most of my fellow community members have said. Let me step back a minute. I live right there across the park from the proposed construction. I just moved in there 2 years ago. I have 2 young children. I hope to live there for the rest of my life. I love Broomfield. I'm happy to be here. I really just want to echo what my fellow community members have said and voice my concern in terms of the density and the scale of the project. No one I've spoken to is against the nature of the project. It's the scale and having that large density building there. I believe having that much density does have the potential to disrupt the character and the stability of this long established residential neighborhood that I live in. I would like to see basically the R1 building restrictions kept in place. I would like to see 2-story maximum, 30-foot maximum height. And I would like to see the parking requirements met by the developer. I would also like to see, from my point of view, I would love to have long-term permanent residents in that neighborhood. I would like to see more 2-bed, 3-bed units. I like to see families in there so they can take care and use Ball Swan to its fullest. And I would like to see rent or lease to own options so that these people can live in that community permanently and be people that we get to know, individuals that become community members that can contribute and invest in that community with the rest of us. Thank you.
Thank you. Lauren Bralier, did I say it right?
Yes, that's the fancy way.
Okay.
If you want to brawlier, as if you want to be the Michigan way. My name is Lauren. I'm a resident at 1323 Elmwood. So I'm only about 3 blocks from this proposed site. And I don't have any problems with the IDD proposed community living there. I do wish that it was greater than 25%. And I appreciate that it was addressed today, that it's being, in all of the documentation thus far, it's been proposed as an IDD community, but it is only 25%. So I really wish we could up that percentage, as was just mentioned as well. I was in an IDD class as a child and an infant as well. So I appreciate how that has brought me to this point, and the experiences that granted me. I am opposed to low-income housing in this area just because it has a certain stigma, unfortunately, that comes with it. So I appreciate the measures that are going to be taking place to make it a safe low-income housing. However, I moved to this neighborhood because of the kind people, the proximity to safe parks, and its overall residential neighborhood feeling. So I'm a little concerned about low-income housing being plopped into the middle of our community that's already established with hardworking individuals. My other concern would be the parking variance that was requested in the proposal. So that's been mentioned by everybody, but doing some updated math, because previously it was said at the brief meeting that 10% of IDD individuals have needs of driving or a car. Now it's 15%, which is great. So 1.5 cars, if you figure that 25% of 40 people. So someone gets a motorcycle, which is awesome. But there are other individuals to consider on the units. So do the residents have visitor parking? Do the residents that have 2 residents or 2 vehicles? This is Colorado. Everyone loves multiple vehicles. And then parking for security, maintenance, grounds members, the BHA office members. We really need to look at either decreasing the density to have only 40 parking spaces or increasing the parking spaces to avoid an overflow on the street. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next 3 speakers are Judy Enderly, David Brown, and Molly Lynch.
Hi, my name is Judy Enderly, and I live in Northmore, and I really appreciate council giving me the opportunity to speak here this evening. The first thing I want to say is that I've lived here for 50 years, and I've seen a lot of density changes. So if somebody has the right to complain about density, I think it might be me. But you know what? I'm not going to complain because I really like all my neighbors and all the people and the diversity and the change in density. I think we should all think a little bit like me over the last 50 years and say, it's going to be okay, guys. It really is going to be okay. I support this. It's something that we've needed for a long time, and now is the time to do it. However, I have a friend who lives in a place down by Sloan's Lake off Sheridan and 26th Avenue. It's an older neighborhood. It's a beautiful neighborhood. And in the middle of all of that, they plopped this huge 7-story building, and everybody gets along just fine, except for the fact that there's not enough parking. And I really would like to urge everybody to sit down, put on their thinking caps, and try to figure out a way to have room for staff and maintenance and visitors. It takes me a good 15 minutes to find a place to park to go and visit my friend down there by Sloan's Lake. And So please do that. And then let's move forward with this.
Thank you. Next is David Brown.
Hello, Mayor, council members. Thank you for having me. Dave Brown, Northmore neighborhood. Opposed in general to this building. And I think a lot of people are making arguments to try and turn this into for and against people with disabilities. And that is a false argument. Nobody here is against people with disabilities. Nobody is saying we don't want those people in our neighborhood. That's just not true. The real argument or debate is this the best location for them? And if we build something here, how does that fit into our neighborhood? So people with disabilities, they should have access to resources, food, places to hang out, jobs. In the middle of this neighborhood, there's nothing close by. You can't walk to any facilities. There's just nothing there to support them. The other piece is fitting into the neighborhood if this does move forward. So Northmore was originally built to be a high-end neighborhood. It was every house there is custom and unique, and they had to be a certain percentage brick on the outside to have a certain feel to fit in the neighborhood. As you've seen in the pictures, it's a concrete 3-story building, square on the outside, 3 external walkways, probably air conditioners on the outside. So picture a cheap motel going into the middle of our neighborhood. And some of the views that they show the people immediately to the east looking up, but they don't show people from the west looking across the park or people playing at the park. They're going to be looking at this wall of air conditioners that are buzzing. So it just physically doesn't fit in with the neighborhood. And everything that's presented are these like hopelessly optimistic views of who's going to live there. And again, no one's against those people. Since I'm running out of time, I'll just say we're talking 40 units. If you picture how many people could live in a unit, especially since some are 2 bedrooms, people have mentioned all the other people that have to live and work there. They're going to park on the streets. And it's not that you can't drive by them, but children walk through that neighborhood to go to school and to the park unaccompanied. And now all of a sudden you're going to have all these blind spots that are going to become a danger to people. Not to mention people can't park in front of their own homes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Molly Lynch, and I actually live in Erie, but I've been a part of the Broomfield community for 30+ years. I grew up here, and I worked here. I bought my first home here, and I started my family here. So I'm definitely invested in the Broomfield community. I also have family that live here. I have an older brother who is part of the IDD community. So this project is actually near and dear to me, and I'm in full support of it. A lot of what I've heard is concern around where it's going to go and saying that a lot of people are in support of it, but we need to look at other locations. And I have to say that that has been something that has been in motion for a long time. I think historically, if we look at Friends of Broomfield, when it came through City Council, and this was mentioned earlier, and in 2006, they were looking at a house where they wanted to change the zoning, and there was a lot of opposition to it and a lot of kind of not in my backyard sentiment. And that organization went on to thrive in Broomfield, and in a lot of ways is a pinnacle of this community. And it really shows that Broomfield community is inclusive, it's accepting. And that's kind of where I want to go with this, is that I think that this has been in motion and they've looked at other options, and this is a viable option. I feel really encouraged that some of the opposition is stuff that can be looked at with the parking, with the stories, the 3-story buildings. I think those are things that can be talked about. And I think that this is something that could work. And I think it's something that Broomfield community needs, not just for my brother, but for a lot of other community members. I'm also an educator. So when I look at this standalone, I would fall into that category of someone who needs affordable housing. So anyways, I'm in full support and I appreciate your consideration of the project.
Thank you. So we have 3 more residents to speak for 2 minutes, and those are Elizabeth Fulton, Gordon Fulton, and Gabby Gonzalez.
All righty. Hello, everyone. I'm not Elizabeth. I'm her husband, Gordon, who's next. She just had to tend to our son, so she texted me what to read out. So I'm just going to read it for her.
Okay.
It says, I've heard a lot this evening of conversations about the economic vitality of the construction and businesses moving into Broomfield, but I'm not hearing much conversation about the people you're saying you want to help, low income, those with disabilities, nor about your current constituents, those who live in Northmore. In regards to the residents who may live in Cottonwood, placing this development in the middle of an established and existing residential area with no access to public transportation, no walkable access to food or other essential services is not considering their best interests. It is setting them up for isolation and difficulties with daily living. Additionally, your current constituents who don't feel heard or considered will have to endure months or years of construction, dust, noise, and hazardous materials lying around if built according to plan. You will be eliminating priceless green space, tree lines, and skyscapes that currently create a community full of beauty, open space for our kids, and connection to the environment. Finally, you are risking the safety of our children by incorporating roads, drop-off areas, and increasing the population density of the area literally in our backyards.
Thank you. Did you want to speak for yourself? I think
Yes, hello, I'm Gordon.
Okay.
I live at the same place as the previous woman. We are actually directly on the east side of Cottonwood, one of the direct houses on it. And we just bought the house like 6-7 months ago. So we've been excited to move here and have been enjoying the current view. I did want to ask, is it possible to pull up one of the things that was on the diagram where it shows the houses next to it?
We can after we finish public comment. We'll make a note when we.
Sure, but if you draw a line from the houses that live there to the trees, and then you see the three-story buildings, there's just completely blocking all of that. My other thing I wanted to say is I disagreed with this lovely lady over here with the glasses and runs the Kristen. She said that we've heard the residents and their concerns and have made changes. If 41 units down to 40 is really hearing our concern, I don't feel that they have heard our concerns. At the meeting, it was 45 minutes of hearing this thing and 5 minutes of open comment, then dividing us up to not hear us, not have a common voice. So out of desperation, I did stand up and say, does anyone want to sign a petition against this? And I do have that here in my pocket. That was just because I didn't feel like we're going to have a voice at all. So I'm grateful that we are being heard now. Out of that, I did spend another day to go around the neighborhood, and this was just from one day because I'm very busy as well. But everyone on this list here is against it. And the common reason is the height. Everyone agrees three-story buildings right here in the middle of a family community. It's just not what we want. It's not going to look good. I personally think that if you were the person thinking about where do I put a three-story building, I wouldn't put it next to a kid's school playground, for one. I definitely wouldn't put it right next to a park entrance, and I wouldn't put it right next to single family homes. And they want to put three stories smack dab in the middle of all three of those. So I don't feel like we are being heard. You can call each one of these, they'll all say the same thing. And it's not the people who live there. In fact, if you could up it from 25 to 100, feel better about that. But if you can just drop the 3 stories, make them 2 stories, I feel one, that solves a lot of the parking issues that are heard. One, is also going to help these guys blend in better because it looks like it's a part of the community. So the rest of the neighbors, the rest of the people have a better chance of accepting these people if it looks like it's a part of the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fulton. And if you want to turn your petition over to one of our folks over here, we can make a copy. And thank you. Finally, we have Gabby Gonzalez.
Hi guys, I'm Gabby. I wouldn't be where I'm at today if I didn't have Academy Place. So can you guys please consider that for my fellow IDD community friends that we need this, and it's more than what I can ever ask for. And for Gina and friends, Gina has everybody's put a lot of work into making this like proposal happen. And I think that the IDD community would be a good addition to this, to the Cottonwood, Northmore area. And I've driven by it and I'm like, I could see people like IDD people live here. So can you please consider this? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Did anyone else want to speak? Well, I see some folks up. Sure, we have some time left. I want to make sure everybody gets a chance to be heard.
I appreciate it. Thank you. My name is Austin Mendenhall, and I actually live right next to Gordon Fulton. So I'm one of the people that it would be very directly impacted by the construction and the placement and everything. And I think I'm echoing pretty much everyone here, or the majority of people here, where it's not a matter of the actual project or the community that would be living there. It's the size and the density and the impact on our neighborhood and what that's going to mean for obviously traffic, parking, the safety of our children, everything else. And I do believe that, obviously it's like, it's an open lot, something's going to be built there. I would rather it go to something that's really going to benefit a community in need. But, but at the same time, it's like, I think we need to be a little bit more realistic as to what the actual plot of land is and what it can really support in terms of the amount of people that can be housed there effectively. And it's like, I hear people saying like, oh, well, it does, density has to come with these types of projects. Well, okay, but I think we need to think a little bit harder about not only the community that's going to be living there and their quality of life and the parking that they're going to have and the type of density that they're going to be dealing with, because that's very, very, very crowded place. If anybody has ever been to this one plot of land, you will know how freaking small this thing is. And the fact that they're trying to put these massive, massive buildings here, I think is ridiculous. I don't think the community is ridiculous. I think the fact that they're trying to put three-story buildings is absolutely insane. And I think that we should really think long and hard about how we approach this, because I am in support of helping these communities. And would love to have them as neighbors, but not like this. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Hi, Roxy Jula Lockamore. So a lot of people have been here for a long time, and I've been here for not 50 years, but I've been here for a long time. And over that time frame, this piece of property actually was put up for development for a complete facility that the one building was built for. And out of that, I had 3 family friends that had to move out of state because the price of that was so high that there was no way that they could have their children, their adult children, even consider even being there. That's why I think it folded. So then we go and we turn around, we have another group build, or another group go ahead and take it over that we allowed, the city did, and we helped them. And now we have it again. And now we're going to have to do something with it again. And when it comes to the traffic and the parking,
The traffic is horrendous in that area. I'm there all the time. That's one of my areas that I garden in. And so the traffic is really bad there. The park is, sometimes you can never find a place to park in the park to do anything. But I think what we want to build there would be good. I'm sorry, I'm not going to agree with the 3-story buildings though. 2-story, it's a community. The people that will live there will be part of the community. So it needs to blend a little bit more better with the community. Thank you.
Thank you. One last call. Anyone else like to be heard? This is the chance. Well, we're almost at our 8 o'clock recess break. I'm going to go ahead and turn it back over to the applicant. If there's any of the issues addressed from the public comments, if you wanted to, I don't know if you were taking notes, but go ahead before we get to council stuff. Would you like to address?
Good evening. Thank you for allowing us an opportunity to respond. I just want to start by, I just want to thank everybody for coming out tonight. I want to thank those that are here supporting us in our community. And I want to thank all of our neighbors for coming out too, because we are listening, we are hearing. I understand that 41 to 40 feels minimal, but that was just one example of how we are making adjustments to the design of the property. And we are going to continue working on that. And I invite us, I loved what you said, Nina, is that this is an opportunity for us to sit down and have a conversation and work together to come up with a solution that works for the community that we're trying to serve, as well as an opportunity for the neighborhood to be something you're very proud of. And so I just really invite that opportunity. And this is just the beginning of this. This is a concept. This is the first step. We have a long road ahead of us. And I invite for us to sit down. I love coffee, happy to sit down with a cup of coffee, whatever your drink of choice is, and just to discuss this and come up with a design and a community that we'll all be proud of in Broomfield. I do have a few points of clarification that I would like to make. One, a traffic study will be conducted as part of the process that is required as part of the development review process. So we would have commissioned the completion of a traffic study. It'll be looking at our site as well as Bowles Swan to understand the impacts of these 40 units on the community. I wanted to also just speak to, I believe, Shelby, you're going to speak to the occupancy. Is that one item, or do you want me to touch on that? I mean, I can go ahead.
Yeah, I can.
Okay. There was just quite a few questions about how many people can live here. I will preface this by saying income aligned housing that uses low income housing tax credits is highly regulated. So as when we're talking about the number of occupants per unit for a 1-bedroom unit, people aren't going to be sneaking in guests or numerous guests. It's highly regulated in addition to the occupancy limits that are in place here in Broomfield. So I just want to share that.
Yeah, just expanding on that, we do have occupancy limitations in our code as well. So the Broomfield Municipal Code does require that each dwelling unit has at least 400 square feet of space per resident. So based on the size of these proposed units, which would be around 600 square feet for a single bedroom unit and around 875, I believe, for a 2-bedroom unit, we would only be seeing 1 resident in a 1-bedroom unit and 2 residents in a 2-bedroom unit.
And just a couple of other points of clarification. When it comes to the IDD population, our dream is that this would be 100% rented to individuals with intellectual and developmental disabilities. I have a cousin who has Down syndrome. When I had the opportunity to meet friends of Broomfield and saw the opportunity to impact this community, it became a passion project for me because I think about my cousin. That is our dream. However, there are regulations that limit how we assign certain units. So yes, we are potentially, because of the resources we use, are limited to 25% of the units being set aside for IDD, but that doesn't mean that the balance of the units can't be rented to the rest of the units, I guess would be 30 units, can't be rented to IDD. That is our preference. That is the community we want to serve. That is the community we want to build. And so that is our dream as well. We are limited as to regulatorily how we can do that. So that is what's speaking to that. I also want to speak about, we're not building an institution. So we are trying to practice a best practice of making this a consumer-driven service model. And what that is that individuals live in our community, they have friends in community and they are congregating together, but then they go out into Broomfield to access our services. They might go to Friends of Broomfield. They might go do their job at Goodwill. They might go serve, work at the pizza restaurant. And those are best practices, is to have them integrated and seen in our community and be a part of our community. So we want to provide them a safe and wonderful place to live. And then we want them out in the community with us, contributing into our community. Also, when it comes to I just want to close with the general need, because we're talking a lot about, is there a need? About 3,000 of our neighbors live in poverty in Broomfield. I mean, that's low compared to the metro area. It's about 4% of our population, which equates to about 3,000 of our neighbors. That is disproportionately experienced by persons with disabilities and older adults and single parents. About 5,500 of Broomfield residents live with some type of disability. And the neighbors these neighbors are going to need more accessible housing and supportive services. And they need regulated restricted rents because they're living on fixed incomes most of the time. The 40 units that we're proposing is just a drop in the bucket, but it is a critical drop in the bucket to meet the needs of our community members that are experiencing IDD as well as older adults. So those are just some items that I just wanted to share about the need and who we are ultimately trying to address by creating a housing opportunity for them in our neighborhood.
I wanted to just speak a little bit to some of the questions about the architecture that was being proposed there. Is it possible to bring up the slideshow again? There's an additional slide that I think might give us some good context.
Sure. I don't know what slide it is.
It would be one of the additional slides toward the end.
Okay, toward the end?
Yes, yes, please.
Is it in the?
Past the, yes, this one.
Okay.
So just wanted to kind of give a comparison of what could be there by right in the R1 zone. This was designated as 5 lots after a subdivision process that would allow more group homes to be there that could be upwards of 10,000 square foot footprints of homes. So you could see that the size of the buildings that we're proposing are much smaller than what could be there by right. And what we're proposing is actually one U-shaped building that's connected by a walkway that's exterior. So yes, it could bring up some memories of bad Motel 6 designs, but what we're imagining is that those are actually porch spaces, individual, as well as circulation that accommodates 2 persons side by side, and that open out into a nice courtyard that will encourage, community connections and gatherings. To give some context on size of that building, we're looking at, sorry, let me get to my notes. That building, I think the footprint of the U-shaped building is approximately, sorry, I thought I had it right here.
Also, do you have the heights?
Yeah, actually I do. Thank you. The yellow buildings in the bottom right diagram, there's a 4-plex currently planned that's fronts 14th Street. That is, 1-story height, so less than 20 feet. And then the other kind of perpendicular to that is currently a 6-plex that also will be less than 20 feet in height. The 3-story building, we're looking at keeping that under 40 feet. And we're looking at strategies to reduce that height and bring it down. There's currently about 5 feet of fill on the property that is not structurally sound. So we will have to be removing that. So that will bring down that overall height. And then we're also looking at strategies in design to reduce that further.
May I ask you another question too? Because it kind of came up in the conversation. That existing Glory Home residence, it does look higher than 2 stories. I did go by the site. So how is it like a 2.5?
Yeah, it has a very steep gable. So it appears that there is a substantial attic space up there. So I do think that there's more like a 35-foot building. So the total square footage of the 3-story building right now is about 29,000 square feet in each of those sections, but the footprints are all really comparable to, a smaller than the Glory Helm currently. So they're really comparable sections of buildings to what's out there. 3,600 square feet. The 2-story portion that steps down to the east is about 3,600 square feet over 2 floors. So that would be less than 30 feet in height. I think that was, and in terms of construction, there were some questions about what that might be. These are going to be residentially constructed buildings with wood framing, typical construction. There's no concrete slabs and elevated podiums, things like that. That's not what's imagined here. It'd be very traditionally built and in keeping with the neighborhood context. The last point I wanted just to make somebody else mentioned that the 2-lane private drive that will replace the cul-de-sac is envisioned as access to this property and connecting through to Bell Swan as a means of vehicle emergency access. It won't be a throughway. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well, I appreciate that clarification. And Mr. Smiles, we've already had this conversation that one person speaks at a time. It's kind of loud. I can hear you from here. So I know. It's okay. So is there anything else that you guys want before we take a 10-minute recess? And then we'll come back and have council questions and comments with the applicant. So thank you all so much. We'll be back at 8:15. Welcome back, everyone. I'll give people a moment to get back to their seats. We do appreciate everyone coming out to ensure that their voices are heard. And now we're going to move into the portion where council asks questions and comments, a lot of it based on what we heard tonight. So if I could just ask everyone to settle in for the remainder of the item. All right, so next up, does any member of council have any questions or comments? Councilmember Leslie first, then Cohen.
Good evening, everybody. I just want to congratulate everyone for a really thoughtful conversation tonight. There's certainly a lot of commonality among some of the concerns and some of the affirmations. We did hear that clearly. I was so pleased to hear comments that we have a lot more work to do as we continue the journey of designing this project. I really appreciate that. That reaffirms that we all need to listen to the residents and the concerns that they have about size, density, scale, scope, that type of thing. I know architects can do some wonderful things with design that make buildings look less like Motel 6s. I think that was the reference made several times today. And I appreciate that kind of work needs to be done for this kind of project. But I do have two questions. First, there was a couple of people raised concerns about the isolation of this site vis-a-vis other resources. And so I was just interested in the response from the team as to whether or not that really is an issue. And if so, how it might be addressed. That's the first one. Let me just stop there and then I'll ask my second question after that response, okay?
Do I need to introduce myself each time?
That's not necessary, Ms. Heiser.
Thank you. So that is a concern we share as well, actually, because, but the challenge that we have in Broomfield is, we were just talking about it, there's not a lot of places for us to site a project like this. And so this is pretty good because it is in the heart of a beautiful neighborhood. There is it is an activated space with a park. There is a school that's active as well. It's not just surrounded by single family homes. We've had some great conversations with parks as well as open space about the connections that are either could be planned for or made going north and south as well as east and west along 13th and 14th. All of that has yet to be defined, but we are in conversations with that. I do want to hit on the point about the kind of the service-driven, the consumer service-driven model, is that really our intention is we want our residents to go into the Broomfield community and work and shop. Transportation is limited across Broomfield. And so we are looking at options to extend that. Some of the things that we have been looking at is IDD population specifically, they do have vouchers that are available to them specifically to access Uber and Lyft. We would be having conversations with and making sure RTD FlexRide is available. Accessoride does service this location. So we would expand on that or make sure that is available. Broomfield Easy Ride is also available. We have some conversations with the families that we're working with about doing some fundraising. And one of the first things that we've talked about buying is a community van that would provide service into the community. So we could provide some sort of driving services. So in that said too, there is going to be bike racks and parking. And while this IDD population and older adults, that's not their primary mode of transportation, some of them do. So we are trying to think of this as creatively as we can with the real constraints that Broomfield experiences across the board, not just the site.
Yeah, is there a possibility that a partnership with a grocery store could be made so that deliveries could be provided for those who don't have transportation?
I think that is a great suggestion. We are, a letter came out in support from Fish of Broomfield today. I could
Yeah,
easily
so-
imagine a partnership with Fish. We are proposing that the Common House will have a dining area and kitchen area. And we've looked at models at other communities where they bring in like Meals on Wheels, delivers food. So we would do maybe kind of a warming kitchen, meal service that would be available. So those are the types of things that we're looking at. We are also planning on having a part-time resident services manager on site that would be providing those types of programming and service connections to the residents and helping them kind of navigate whatever their needs are.
Great, good, thank you. Second question really has to do back to the issue of the constraints. It's mentioned a couple of times that there are regulations that prohibit stipulating beyond 25%. Just for the record, could you explain what is that regulation? Is that a state regulation, federal regulation? Does this have something to do with utilizing federal funds? And if federal funds are not used, would that stipulation still be there? You know, that kind of thing.
It's all of those things.
And
It's
more,
state,
yeah.
federal, and we will have to use, in order to finance this type of project, and because of the size of the project, we will have to access federal, state, and private funds to do this. All of those come with their own rules and regulations. The 25% is really attached to the vouchers that we'll be bringing to the site. That the intention is they don't want to populate a particular area with a particular population. And so the idea is to make it sure that it is an inclusive site and a diverse site. And so while they'll say you can set aside 25% if you use these vouchers, the rest needs to be available for anybody to rent that income qualifies and meets the tenancy requirements. But the balance of them can also be accessed to IDD, but it's just a way to ensure that we are creating diverse communities.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. On the other hand, I was pleased that I heard nobody say we're against this community being here.
Right.
In fact, it would be great if it could be committed to a larger percentage
We heard that
and
too.
really meet the needs of this community. And I was pleased to hear you say that there will be certainly other projects down the road, and finding other locations will be important. This is a very important start, but anything that could be done, I don't know whether our congressional representatives could be helpful in any way to get some kind of a, I don't know, bypass, if you will, to be able to increase that percentage might be worthwhile, exploring that, that issue.
Definitely. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Next is Councilmember Cohen.
Thank you, Mayor. I too want to reiterate Councilmember Leslie's comment about the civility. I know this is a really difficult issue, and infill and any kind of rezone in a single family neighborhood of this nature has to be super compelling. I think I wanted to clarify, really just get to the nub of the 25% issue. If I understand it, there are 31 one-bedroom apartments conceptualized and 5 two-bedroom, and that's where you come up with 41 residents total. So is it true to tell the neighborhood no more than 41 people could live here?
I think that the original ratio of 1 and 2 bedrooms may have changed since the plan that we've just updated and submitted. Now there currently is 34 one bedrooms and 6 2 bedrooms. We heard from the future resident group that the 2 bedroom mix was like maybe too many. So we've adjusted that.
A maximum of 46.
So 34 one bedrooms and 6 2 bedrooms would be 46 occupants.
So no matter whether they're IDD or non-IDD, 46 is the cap.
That's right. Then that's, like Shelby said, that's based on the square footage of the units that we're
These are
proposing.
basically studios.
They're one bedrooms. They're compact. I believe they're 625 square feet and 864 square feet, I believe, for the 2 bedroom. Find my notes real quick. but yes, that would fall under those limits.
So to the issue of the 25%, I'm sorry, did you want to add?
I just want to add really quickly. So we are throwing numbers around right now. We are at the very beginning of this process. And so, I mean, you've even seen like just since a couple of weeks ago, we've gone from 41 to 40. We haven't hit our sweet spot yet as to the number of 1 and 2 bedrooms. Just the other day, I had a conversation with a parent who was thinking, maybe we need a couple more 2 bedrooms. And so a lot of that will be worked out as we go through our financial modeling, as we will continue. If there's some adjustment in the number of units that we design to, that would probably change the unit mix as to how many 1 bedrooms and 2 bedrooms. So that it's a little bit in progress.
But to the neighborhood's concern, they hear 41 units, they think, well, it could be 100 people, it could be 120 people. I'm just saying the occupancy is more likely to be under 50, somewhere in the 40s when you're done.
That is correct.
Okay. To the point that you can only designate officially, legally 25%. My understanding, I was talking to a friend of mine who's a Fragile X researcher, that the demand for this kind of housing is in multiple hundreds, maybe thousands in the state of Colorado. So is it reasonable to suggest, yes, 25% has to be legally designated, but there is absolute certainty that you would rent this out completely 100% IDD just due to the demand? And are you legally able to do that?
If I'm following your question, we had a market study that was done last summer that indicated that we would be able to meet that demand with this property. We would be able to fill the units. There's the demand exceeds what we'll be able to do.
And you're able through your, I don't know what your criteria will be or how you determine who gets an apartment, because you're probably going to have dozens more, 12 times as many applications as you have of units, right?
Mm-hmm. I mean, it'll essentially become, we'll have a tenant selection process that is in place, and it really is just like any other apartment complex where it would be first come, first serve. And if they income qualify and meet the requirements after our screening process, that's how it'd work.
As to the question, there's a covenant in terms of the making affordable housing, but not to IDD, correct? How do you address the neighbors' concerns like, well, these could change? 20 years down the road, BHA has built something new and better, and then this becomes a regular apartment complex.
Well, I hope we're building something new. That's our goal. What I would say is that we're in this for the long haul. We are your housing authority. We are established to do it precisely this type of work here and elsewhere. Because of the financing we use, we are obligated to maintain this property for 40 years at least. And our obligation is to really try to provide housing that's permanently affordable. And we will always be the partner in this deal. So that is just a kind of our commitment.
Likelihood of, as a public housing authority, selling to a corporate housing company is exceedingly unlikely and never happens.
Well, I mean, it's definitely for not 40 years, because we would be paying some huge fees for violating our commitments and covenants.
Thank you. I was also talking to my friend, typically in the state, there are group homes, correct? That usually for IDD housing of 8 people per house. And that, to her understanding, I think someone else mentioned here, there is no other model of this in the state, of this kind of apartment complex for the IDD community, or this kind of independent living. Is that correct?
That is correct. I would say that it is picking up speed in the last 2 years. There's a project that's going in Ken Carl right now. It is a for-profit initiative. It is not going to be a subsidized. Well, it's a condoed property that there will be a portion of the units that will be subsidized by the condoed units. There is another project in Douglas County that is renovating a motel to serve this population, but it really has become the talk of the day in the state. CHFA, Colorado Housing Finance Authority, actually had a special working group that specifically looked at this. And honestly, that's why we were chosen for the small scale housing technical assistance grant that covered the cost of our feasibility and market study, is because we had identified IDD as the population that we wanted to serve with this community. And that's why they picked us, because they really see this as a tremendous need in our community with very few options available. And so they're really trying to spark a lot of these developments across the state. So because we are coming out ahead as one of the first projects, that's one of the first communities and projects going forward, we're getting a lot of attention and a lot of support from our state and philanthropic partners.
Just to clarify in my mind, the reason you're doing or proposing independent living studios of up to 40 people or 50 versus a group home is income aligned and density. Is that what the goals are?
Well, it's income aligned, but also that's what the community wants. When we met, we actually had a really lovely session at Friends of Broomfield where we met with the participants of their day programming, and a lot of them are not verbal. And so what we did is gave them paddles, and on the front was a green happy face and on the back was a red sad face. And we would show them pictures of like a one-room apartment or a really colorful apartment or muted colors. And they gave us a lot of indication as what they're interested in living in. And what we are hearing is they want to live independently. They want an apartment just like their brother. They want, you know, I hear stories of families that they drive around and they're just like, when do I get to move there? You know, so it's more of a anecdotal at this point, I would say, but it is the desire of the community. And I would, is this correct? I want to look to our families that live, is this correct assertion? But yeah, it really is to just meet that there is a particular population that has the ability to live on their own with supports in place. And I would have to say another challenge that our community is facing is a lot of them are living at home. Mike Myers mentioned that 70% of IDD persons and nationally live at home, and they're living at home with aging parents. And then those aging parents are looking to the future and they are trying to decide what is going to happen to my child, and to create a living opportunity where it provides autonomy and choice. And that's what we want to create, because that's what we've heard they want.
And the idea is that they could afford with the vouchers to stay there even after the parents have passed, or if they don't have family support or, you know, siblings.
Actually, they wouldn't be able to receive family support to live in our property. They would have to rely on their SSI and other vouchers that they have available to them. And we would be weaving all that together to help to cover the cost of that. So somebody had mentioned about renters moving every year. We're looking at this as a place where people age in place. I could see one of our community members being there for the next 30, 40 years with us. Because that's what they're looking for.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Councilmember Marsh Holston.
Thank you, Mayor. I just have one question for staff, actually. The memo said a negative net financial impact. Can we, if this was already zoned residential and this is going to be residential, what is the cause of that?
So Jeff Romine, our Director of Economic Vitality, as well as our economist, is on his way to the dais or to the podium. Jeff?
Mayor, members of council. So two things are going on here, which is what makes it negative. Is one, you're right, it was already planned to be residential. And so that does have some impact, but the increased density, the increased number of units increases that level of negative fiscal outcome to some degree. The second is, as you can imagine, and as was identified in the first presentation you heard, the Broomfield Housing Alliance can issue a special limited partnership, which basically then takes the property tax to zero. They need that. Oftentimes that's used by the Broomfield Housing Alliance and similar organizations to offset operating costs on an ongoing basis. Kristen mentioned the 40 years of affordability and things like that. So that's what that offset is. So that's what the level is. It's those two things coming together at the same time.
Thank you. That makes sense. And a couple questions for the applicant. The Balswan concerns. My kids go to Balswan. One currently. So I've talked to Debbie a little bit about their concerns. The pass-through that was mentioned in the comments also. That's not intended, that's intended to be an emergency lane, correct?
That is correct.
Is there going to be any sort of barrier to prevent people from using it as a pass-through?
I might ask the architect team to come up, because it is going to be, it's for emergency access. We have met with North Metro. We do intend to have some sort of traffic calming that's acceptable. But one of the things we had talked about was bollards and things of that sort. And they don't like that because it gets in the way if there is in case of emergency. But I'm going to hand it over to Jesus, who actually can speak to this.
Hi, my name is Jesus Benderson. I'm with Caddis Collaborative. Mayor, members of the council, to answer the question, the idea is to have an emergency egress path for people that might need to get out of the development in case of fire. Like that's something on everybody's mind because of the Marshall Fire. And so that lane would be probably would be gravel. It would be designed to support 85,000 pounds for emergency access. And there's different ways to control the access. So you can have temporary bollards that you can knock down and you can get out if you need to. But the intent is to make it look as if it's not a pass through. So.
Got you. Okay, thank you. And you're working with Bal Swan, correct, on the drainage issue? I know Debbie mentioned it, and I know from conversation with her, she's mentioned they're planning on doing a development. And then when I first saw this come up to our council review, I was dropping my kid off at Bal Swan, and I went over and drove around to look at it. And I noticed it slopes down into Bal Swan's property. So how are we going to handle the drainage that's, all those related issues?
Well, again, I'll hand it over to Jesus, who's going to be more technical on this, but I would just offer that we have had their design team and our design team meet, and we continue to meet to figure out a mutually beneficial solution that's going to serve both of our sites. So we continue to have those conversations. But as for the technical aspects.
So, yeah, so that is a challenge on the site. There is that drainage easement. Some of it is a portion to the north end and some of it is to the south end. And Bal Swan will have use of some of that easement. We're also considering doing things like pervious paving to reduce the impervious cover and other measures to bioretention, rain gardens, things like that, to reduce to the greatest amount possible the storm runoff. So.
Thank you. And one more question on the rent levels. What are you anticipating those going to be? Are you anticipating all residents? You mentioned 60% AMI. Do you anticipate all residents to have that level, or are you anticipating having residents that are lower levels and then offset by vouchers? How's that?
What you just said, we intend, the rents will be maxed out at 60% AMI. So if you have a teacher from Bal Swan that wants to live there and they income qualify, they might be in that range, but we really do see it being a range of incomes and rents and offsetting it with the vouchers.
I know those vouchers you mentioned earlier in your earlier presentation, you have a limited number of vouchers currently. Are we anticipating using those or have more, or?
No, we, as part of the funding process, as you're going out and pursue your funding, you're also applying to the state for project-based vouchers. We're having conversations with a variety of our financial partners to bring those vouchers, but we want them to be project-based vouchers because then they stay with the property. The vouchers that we have currently available that we were talking about earlier, the housing choice vouchers, they go with the tenant. And so it's preferable to have it attached to the property. So whoever comes in to rent will always have that subsidy available to them, and it makes it available to them. So it'd be in addition to what we have and continue to expand.
Great, thank you. Just a few comments. I appreciate everybody that came out tonight. This is a difficult thing. As Councilmember Cohen mentioned, infill development of existing neighborhoods is probably the most difficult thing that we deal with and the most controversial often because it is density. And there's challenges that come with the density. There is traffic challenges. There are a whole host of issues that come with that. I want to thank the Broomfield Housing Alliance for bringing this forward as a concept. I am in support of this proposal right now. Obviously look forward to seeing what it looks like coming forward. This is a much needed development in our community. Colorado, as everyone knows, has an affordable housing crisis, and a lot of that is related to stock, and we don't have enough houses. And part of the reason is because for generations, for decades, we've built single family homes. And my personal belief on this is that we need density. We need density not just on the periphery of Broomfield, we need density in the neighborhoods. This isn't my neighborhood. I live in Brandywine. But in the year and a half I've been on council, we've had 3 concept reviews for density developments in close to my house in my ward. And I support all of those. I don't just support it in somebody else's neighborhood. I support it in my own neighborhood too. So I know there's difficulties with it. I understand the concept. I have small kids. I live across the street from the park in my neighborhood. I understand the concerns, but those concerns can be addressed. I believe our staff, our traffic engineers adequately address these concerns. And I do believe that we can address that with this. So I look forward to seeing what comes forward in the future as this project progresses. So thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Anderson.
Thank you. And I appreciate this opportunity for this real true engagement where our community definitely came out and was heard here tonight. My questions here real quick. Okay, so here's some of the questions that I pulled as some of the community asked questions. There was it seems like the one factor that so many people are pointing to is this 25% piece. And I'm just curious what triggers the Fair Housing Act? Is that the federal funding, or what is the true trigger for that? And can we avoid it? Like, is there a workaround?
As a housing authority, we are obligated to follow fair housing no matter what we do in whatever project or whatever resources we're doing. In fact, fair housing applies to pretty much any housing, whether it's private mortgages or fair housing comes into play. So.
Okay, so it's not
there-
attached to just like one piece of it.
No,
Okay.
it's simply ensuring that we're not discriminating against anybody so they can access housing.
Okay.
So.
Most of my questions will be for you, so you might want to hang around for a minute. So I'm just curious about this. So there's likely an abundance of applicants. So more than 40, if it was 40 units, and if there was 100, 200, whatever, more than that roll in, is it truly first come, first serve? Like, or can those be prioritized? Is there, I'm just
I'm
curious.
going to
about
ask
the-
Amanda come up, who has a little bit more direct experience with that side of the work.
And also part of that question is, can the priority be given to Broomfield residents, those living in Broomfield?
So there are certain things that we can give preference to, although they're very limited again because of the fair housing rules that we're required to follow. But we are, consulting with other people in the area who've done the same thing, or across the country really. But what we're seeing is that we would like to implement a preference for people with IDD, but we just need to make sure in our tenant selection plan that we're going about that in a way that does not violate fair housing.
Okay, that's helpful. And then,
can I speak to the Broomfield residency?
Oh, sure.
So I would just add that is a priority of the Broomfield Housing Alliance's Board of Commissioners, is that we prioritize Broomfield residents. But just like Amanda said, that is something we're navigating to determine how we do that without being in violation of any rules and regulations.
okay, thank you. And then has there been any consideration given for like a combination of the original years ago, the plan was to model them after the Glory Home, and that was, indicated. And then has there ever been a thought of like a combination where another group home would be built in combination with some independent living, so you'd sort of have a mixture? Has that had any thought put into it?
Well,
Reduce that impact?
I was just, the executive director of Friends just told me that the state is actually really moving away from group homes. It's not an ideal situation for people with special needs to be living in a group home. So and I don't think any of the funding that we access would support group homes.
Okay, that's helpful. And then on the, I know there's been density as a concern and the number of units, and what if there's another proposal in between the 5 group homes, and now that was like 15 independent living units, and just curious about, was it density to make it financially feasible, or to try to get more access to units? Just curious about the history there, and there's a possibility to reduce the number of units to alleviate some of the concerns and increase that parking concern.
Definitely heard tonight that there is concern about density and the number of units. So we are open to continuing that conversation to determine what the right unit count is. I will say that as for the number of units, it is a little bit driven by our financial opportunities. So in order for us to be competitive for low-income housing tax credits, there's no magic number. But to go too low will have impact in our ability to be competitive when we are competing across the state with other groups that are providing more units, and they see more economies of scale on another project. So it is a little bit driven by that. It is also driven by just the demand and need in our community. As we said tonight, there is just tremendous need for this particular type of housing. And so it's driven by that. When you start to reduce the number of units, I mean, it is a part about the long-term income generation that comes from the number of units. So we the functioning and the operations of the property result or benefit from the rents that we take in and the subsidies that we take in. And so if we start to minimize the number or lessen the number of units to a certain point, it really will impact the amenities that we're able to provide, the quality of the maintenance of the building. So there is a spot where it's not economically feasible or for the long-term sustainability of the property.
Okay, thank you. I also appreciate the numbers and that relation to the Broomfield Code that specifies the 1 and 2 resident units, that these will not be families. That was a helpful piece of information. What about the parking for the current Glory House residents if that cul-de-sac is removed? Would some of those parking spots, just curious about where those residents will park, because right now the cul-de-sac is often several residents park there.
Well, if you want to come up, Kristen, I'll just say we're continuing conversations with Habitat as we're going through the concept to understand kind of how they use that property, not just for the residents, which I don't think it's fully occupied at this point, but and then also just there was mention of the offices being there too, but.
When we met with them, they gave us an idea of what their usage was and how they currently park and occupy. And they've got a garage space and a large driveway that's sort of like a U shape. So we're planning to accommodate their current, make sure we maintain their access, of course, but there's an opportunity for us to create a kind of a budding north-south to our parking, some additional spots for them as well. And that could be a partnership that, that BHA has with them. There's also their entrance is actually, not on 14th, but there's a whole bunch of street frontage on 14th that is, available for them to park as well. There's parking along both sides of that street, and it's not currently, the front of anyone's home. So it's something that they talk to us about, that their needs are very small and that we would be able to kind of reconfigure their circle on their drive to make that accommodate them.
Okay. And just, keep that in mind, because it seemed just from the couple of times I was out there, there was a lot of coming and going out of that area, and it seems like they're pretty active there. So, okay, there's a question about the AC units and the noise. Has any thought been given into that? Like how many, is this like 1 AC unit per unit?
We honestly, when it comes to the design, right now it's just really kind of what you see are the blocks, those are inspirational pictures just to give us a sense of what we're aiming towards, but definitely heard tonight that is a concern about the aesthetics of what the AC units might look like. And then also we do want to be very conscious of the energy efficiency of whatever systems we bring to the property.
Okay,
but that is part of the next steps of our designing and what that looks like.
I'm glad you know that's helpful to look in that when the time is right. And then one last question here was there in the response to the questions today, there was a discussion of the study in the summer of 2022 with the primary trade area, and included that 9% of the people, I wasn't fine with that. Does that say that 9% of the population has disabilities? And I'm just, because if I read that wrong, so I'm like, well, we want to get this reserved for the people who have the right, like those true disabilities that qualify for this.
Yeah, according to, so we did have a third-party market study commissioned last summer, and they identified for the primary trade area, the PTA. I don't have that geography right in front of me. I do have the study with me, but I can reference in a second. But it did identify 9% to be people with disabilities. That's approximately 13,000 people in the PTA of Broomfield.
So you're saying that 9% of all the population has disabilities, or was it? I was confused by that number. Okay, so
and that's physical and cognitive. Okay. So yes,
so you can further restrict from that 9% to the, or is that, or would everyone within that 9% be with that 25%? I was just curious about are they specific disabilities or anyone within that?
I don't know if I have a good answer to that. I honestly think that we would be using the definition of IDD, which I shared tonight. And Susan, are you?
I think if you look online, it's kind of hard to find.
Would you like to use the microphone so the people at home can hear too? Thank you, Suzanne.
So when you're talking our population of individuals with intellectual or developmental disabilities, that is somebody separate from maybe using a handicap placard because they have a heart condition. unless it's a congenital heart condition and then it's developmental. So when you look at statistics, one that I saw yesterday was globally, 1 to 3% of the population in the world have an ID or identified with IDD, intellectual or developmental disability. So if you think 1 to 3%, Broomfield's population is 75,000. I can't do the math in my head off the top, sorry, but that's going to be about over 2,000 people. I don't know.
Okay, so that's helpful. So it's not that study and that 9% is not necessarily the same population that would these units be reserved for. It could be further reduced to just the IDD population.
Yes, it could. And I would just offer that again, similar to the design of the units and types of ACs that we're going to be using and all that sort of stuff. One of the things that we do have to do, and that is part of our financial applications, is to develop that tenant selection process. And that would be where we would define and kind of drill down within the rules and regulations that we're allowed to function under.
Okay, great, thank you. And I just appreciate this opportunity and that I know you're taking really good notes on all these concerns and that, as we go along, it'll be better. And this is a great opportunity, the first project, and have that full engagement with the community and make this something that everyone can be proud of. So I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Councilmember Delgadillo.
Thank you, Mayor. A handful of questions. So the first is legally, you can only mandate that 25% of the housing supply must go to IDD folks. In practice, do we have an idea of what that number would actually shape up to be? I can imagine that this is a community, right? So there might be some sort of networking effect. Your friends are there, people you know are there, that sort of thing.
I'm sorry, I'm not sure I'm understanding the question.
Do we have an idea of what the percent would be of IDD folks living here would be in practice? We know the floor is 25%.
Yeah. Well, like I said, our dream would be that it'd be 100% IDD. We do have a tremendous need in our community. So, and we have already, you've met some of them tonight, some of the individuals that want to live here. So I don't think we have any problems with renting up the 10 units. And I imagine we would be filling more of the units with our IDD neighbors.
Thank you. And then my second question was already handled, so I appreciate the context around access to transportation. So just to be clear, that was accessoride. You're thinking about a community van. IDD folks get rideshare vouchers in many cases, and then there's potential talks with other community organizations to help with access to food. Is that correct?
Yeah, I would also add that a lot of the programming that IDD and older adults use have the agencies provide transportation. So Friends of Broomfield, they're raising money for a band, everybody, but they do provide services. They do provide transportation services to their day program participants. And so they would be providing that to Conwood. And there are several organizations in town that do that. We've just started having the conversations. Like I mentioned in my previous presentation, a lot of this year has been spent building our relationships with our community agency service providers. And, Fish came out today with a letter of support. We are in conversations with Precious Child. Friends of Broomfield is a good partner to us. So there's just a tremendous opportunity for us to build those types of connections. I would just add really quick, that is a priority when we're working with any developers, that we encourage them to make have relationships with our service providers and enter into memorandums of understanding to say that they will provide services to the residents that will be at their income aligned housing project development.
Great, thank you for that additional context. Another question a little bit about parking. So I appreciate you sharing the statistic that 15% of IDD folks drive. And so that could give us a rough estimate. Do we have any proper estimates of how many cars we think we would see per unit?
I'm not sure. I would just say that we're going for one per unit based on the fact that it's the IDD is low car usage as well as older adults have low car usage. So we feel it's a very reasonable suggestion to have one car per unit.
Great, thank you. Sorry, I have a slew of questions. Another one is, what is the protocol for entering these buildings? And I ask because the data clearly show that IDD folks are disproportionately more likely to be the victims of crime. They have, no increased rates, criminal rates, obviously, but they're much more likely to be victims. And so we want to make sure that this space is safe for them.
I really appreciate that acknowledgement in that question because that is true. And that is a top priority for us to design a space that is safe to them as well as our neighbors. I think the buildings that we have identified at this point, the 3-story building would have one access point. That'd be going through kind of a community entry space. So there would be kind of a reception area where residents would come through there. And then that'd be serviced by an elevator. The other ones to the east of the 1-story units on the east and to the north of the property, I'm not sure if we have a picture of it. We would be just through eyes on the street and other security measures. We have talked about that we'd have cameras on the site. We do plan to have property management and resident services located there. Our hope is to have BHA's offices there, so you would have our eyes on the street. So we are looking at a variety of options. We've also talked about there would be key fobs. I mean, there's just a certain variety of security options that works really well for this type of design as well as this population.
Okay, great. Thank you very much for answering all of my questions. I do want to end with a comment, which is that this kind of development is desperately needed, obviously for IDD folks and also for low-income residents. So we don't want to malign either. And so I appreciate all your work bringing this before us. And I look forward to see how this development progresses, to see how we can kind of make the best of both worlds and see what we can do to make sure that the residents in the surrounding area are happy. And of course, we serve as many people as we can. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Lim.
Yes, so you identified both the IDD population and older adults as a population that would possibly live here. So is there some, I was curious about the older adults. Is there some way that you see that, well, if we hit a 25% limit on the IDD and we have older adults that apply, that we can prioritize them to a 25% limit? I'm trying to figure out how you're working in the older adults under the constraints with the 25% that you have.
I think that's yet to be determined how we will actually execute that through our tenant selection process. So that is work ahead of us, but appreciate the attention to that. I would say last year when we had the technical assistance grant from CHAFA, it did come with a consultant who has expertise in IDD. And what she has found in her studies across the country is that one of the best mixing of populations is IDD with older adults because they have similar needs in a lot of places. And we're designing units that are going to be universally accessible. So it serves IDD as well as older adults. And so it's just kind of generally a best practice in design. But I think what you're alluding to is something that is ahead of us to define how we'll actually strike that right balance. But appreciate your comment because we will make note of that to pay attention to how we do just that.
So the residents frequently mentioned that they're concerned about that there will actually be more need for parking from the residents. And then there are a number of spaces for those residents to park. It seems to me that whether the parking as allotted works in your plan depends on if you can prioritize the residents as you hope to. So I guess my question is, it sounds like you're working on figuring out the prioritization. Is there some point in time where you would say, we are only going to get, 50% IDD and older adults who are limited in their parking needs, and we have the other 50% that are going to possibly have 1 or 2 cars, and we need to go back and look at what we originally thought about the parking spaces? Is there a, can you imagine that point in time before you bring the project forward again?
I think we already imagined that tonight. So during the break, we had conversations about if there are some opportunities on the site where we might be able to bring some more parking in. We heard that loud and clear that that's a concern.
Great.
And so that's something that is at the top of our list to look at it once we finish tonight.
Okay, good. Well, that's great. Okay. The height of the 3-story buildings, having been down this road with another development, they did do renderings. Is that a possibility for the residents on, the neighboring streets from the east could visualize what the 3-story buildings will look like from their homes? Is that a possibility?
Oh, absolutely. That's something that.
Will that come forward?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you. The trail connection from the project area to the park, there seemed to be some back and forth about whether there will be open access between the development into the park or not. There was some changes in looking at the RFP letter. It said, yes, it would, there would be open, like even the gardens would be open. And then there was apparently a change somewhere along the line that said this would be better as a private garden. And then I think the same indecision seems to be there with the fence and the openness to the park. Can you describe that?
Yeah, I'll speak to it from a couple of different perspectives. So Bell Swan, because it's a school, will have to have a fence. And so Debbie Coons, who was speaking to that earlier, while they have to have some sort of barrier between the two properties because it's a school, they do like the idea of a swinging fence where we would, people would be able to engage from both of our sites. When it comes to the fenced area or any other access points, I mean, we're trying to strike that balance of this is going to be a private community. It is a privately owned property, and we want to interact with our neighbors. We want it to be a space where somebody can feel welcome to walk through and enjoy the beauty that we're going to create there. At the same time, it is a private community. And so when we've talked about the space between the park and the property, is that it would be some sort of, I guess I would say, a soft entry where it wouldn't be a fence or a locked gate, but there would be some sort of demonstration that you are entering into a private space, just because that kind of creates a sense of respect, like that I'm going into this private space where people live. And it's not just like walking on a public street. And so we haven't defined what that looks like, but we are giving it a lot of consideration as to what that could look like. But really the intention is we want this to connect with the neighbors and feel seamless with the connections that we've talked about from the south to north along the east side of the property, as well as the access to the park, as well as conversations we've had with transportation and open space about building onto the connections that they have for that area as well.
Okay, those are my questions that are remaining that others had not already asked. So I appreciate the fact that you're looking further at the working with Bell Swan on the fire lane and the stormwater drainage and the parking concerns, and sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Shav.
Thank you, Mayor. And of course, go Nuggets. I appreciate the community coming out tonight, engaging with this conversation. I think that it's such a part of, what local government is the ability for people to talk and discuss and to share concerns and share feelings about a project. I very much appreciate staff and the Broomfield Housing Alliance for bringing this project forward and bringing it to council and continuing those conversations. At this time, most of my questions have been asked and answered. I'm 100% yes for this project. I know this project will be something that Broomfield will be proud to see built. So I look forward to seeing it come forward as an application. Thank you.
Thank you. And Councilmember Ward.
Thank you, Mayor. I just have, I guess, one question. Since this is predominantly for renters and most of these people are on a fixed income, and you intend for these renters, you hope at least, to be long-term residents. How does their fixed income plus grant money you receive from CHAFA and other federal sources play with rental increases? I assume it's not like market rate where some people have experienced, like myself, a 35% increase in rent in 4 years. So can you just touch on that and how you handle rent increases?
Sure. I would just, there's some complexity to it, but we are able to increase rents, even as a housing authority, even as a tax credit property. However, it's capped. And the differentiation that would happen for a renter who's experiencing that percentage of a rent increase, it would come through the subsidy of a voucher. So that's where the gap would be made up, would be through the subsidy that we would bring through other resources.
All right, wonderful. I wish in this country renting wasn't viewed as something short-term and it could be more of a long-term solution like it is in other parts of the world, but that's another story. I don't have any other questions. I love the project. I appreciate everything you guys are trying to do to address affordability and income-aligned housing for our IDD population, our seniors, and just those that live on such fixed incomes like our teachers and firefighters who support this community. And I have no issues with the density. Density is far more sustainable as we continue to grapple with issues surrounding climate change, and it leads to better public transit access in the future. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think you got a really good view of the concerns and the the positives and negatives. I think as the project moves forward, it would be good to show the perspective views and the height differential, particularly since there is already an existing structure that is a little bit higher than 2 stories, to kind of even that out. I think there's just so much to love about what you guys are trying to do here. And I do hope you keep that communication going with the community and the neighbors, because they've come to love that place too. So I'm excited to see what you come back with, and I appreciate this project. We're done with that.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, so we do have a couple more agenda items. We can't just take a break, but thank you all so much. Our next study session item this evening is an
The
update
Access
on.
Live event has ended. Thank you for calling. Goodbye.
Oh, we're done with the callers. That's all. Thanks, y'all. Our next study session item this evening, I'll give y'all a second to clear out. Thank you. Now it's just us. So our next study session item this evening is an update on the 2023 drought response plan. You're missing the best part for council's direction on code changes. Council has a copy of the agenda memorandum, and I'll ask our staff to begin the discussion.
Thank you, Mayor. So I would like to introduce Ken Rutt, our Director of Public Works, as well as Brennan Middleton, our Water Resources Manager. They're going to walk us through this presentation. They have prepared. We knew tonight might be a little bit long in discussion on the Cottonwood project. So they have succinctly put together a presentation in anticipation of that. So I'll turn it over to Ken.
Thank you.
I thought maybe everybody would like to get up and do the hokey pokey a little bit and stretch, but we're actually here to talk about water. So Ken Rutt, Director of Public Works, glad to be here. Talk a little bit about that cool, clear water that we like to produce. So Mayor Pro Tem, he's not here tonight. So just the mayor and council members. Appreciate the opportunity to bring this update to you. Water security is a critical to our quality of life, environment, and the overall economic health of the community. Yet as a society, we still undervalue this valuable resource that is limited. It is important that we as water professionals continue to advancing our community's understanding of water through outreach, education, engagement with the community, and understanding what the challenges are and why our individual and corporate actions matter. Broomfield is and will continue to be adaptive and resilient to face the challenges ahead. Water security planning identifies risks to water supply, provides for integrating local planning strategies, prioritize cooperative solutions, and builds adaptive capacity and resiliency. So Broomfield's water plan sets the vision for water management and creates a framework for the action. Tonight, you'll hear about two key pieces of Broomfield's roadmap. They are related efforts, both of which are targeted at improving the resiliency of Broomfield's water supply systems. Through the drought plan update, staff has assessed Broomfield's vulnerability to future droughts. I drafts them like the Nuggets. I did check they were winning, and outlined measures that can be taken during a drought to help reduce the risk of potential water shortages. However, drought response is only one piece of the puzzle. It's important that Broomfield also takes steps to better prepare for an uncertain tomorrow, and water conservation initiatives such as the WaterWise ordinance planning, tonight's second topic of the evening in this part of the session, are essential tools to bridging the gap between supply, demand, and the face of growing population in the future through droughts. So these water conservation initiatives and drought preparedness planning go hand in hand. Presenting the drought plan tonight is Brennan Middleton, our water resource manager, and Mark Laurie, our water resource administrator.
Thank you, Mr. Rutt, for the introduction, and good evening, Mayor, City Council, and staff. My name is Brennan Middleton. I'm the Water Resources Manager within Broomfield's Public Works Department, and I appreciate the opportunity to give you all an update this evening on our revised drought plan, which our team has worked hard over the last 6 months to draft. So I'll start with an update on current drought status, followed by a summary of our vulnerability assessment and updated drought plan. Next slide, please. So I'll start with just a quick overview of Broomfield's water supply portfolio today. We purchase about 40% of our water from Denver Water through a fixed price contract. It's a minimum of 4,700 acre feet per year, up to a maximum of 6,500 acre feet per year. The remaining 60% comes from Northern Water through the Colorado Big Thompson or CBT and Windy Gap projects. Yield of the CBT project is set each year by the Northern Water Board through their annual quota. The 70% quota represents the long-term average for the project. And until completion of the Chimney Hollow project, the yield of our Windy Gap supplies varies from 0 to 5,600 acre feet, depending on water rights and excess capacity in the CBT system. Next slide, please. So last year, Broomfield was in a drought watch. This was driven by abnormally dry and hot weather conditions throughout the state. In a drought watch, we recommend voluntary measures to reduce outdoor water use, including reducing watering to 2 days a week between the hours of 6 p.m. and 10 a.m. As many of you may have experienced, we had a pretty wet winter this year. Snowpack was above average in Broomfield source watersheds. And because of this, Northern Water declared an average 70% quota for the CBT system. So due to a favorable water supply outlook, staff lifted the drought watch on April 25th. The key takeaway here really being that these drought stages should be reserved for years when we are projecting the risk of a water shortage. We are still encouraging WaterWise irrigation practices throughout the community through communications on our drought webpage, irrigation best practice resources, which we plan to send out to single family residences this month, and new code we're proposing related to a standard or normal year watering schedule of 3 days per week. Next slide, please. So our justification for updating the plan, our existing plan dates back to 2012, so it's about 10 years old. Broomfield has experienced significant change over those 10 years We've seen about a 34% growth in population, changing water use patterns driven by denser development and a transition to more water efficient fixtures and appliances. And our build out population has also increased by about 30%. So those are all factors which influence our demand projections. There have also been developments which impact our water supply, including the start of the construction of Chimney Hollow Reservoir, which is expected to be complete by 2025. We've also seen some new issues unfold over the last few years related to long-term drought in the Colorado River Basin. And finally, the state released a new drought planning guidance document for municipalities in 2020, which really served as the basis of our plan update. Next slide. So the goals and objectives of the updated plan were to consider the effects of climate change and also water system emergencies in addition to drought. Water system emergencies represent any unforeseen outage of critical water supply infrastructure, such as the two pipelines that transmit Broomfield's water supplies from Denver Water and Northern Water. We also wanted to identify separate drought monitoring response measures for the reuse and potable water systems. Although these two systems are interconnected and interrelated, the water supply and demand for each system varies year to year. So we wanted to be able to define and declare drought separately for those two systems. We wanted to utilize current water supply and demand projections to thoroughly evaluate Broomfield's vulnerability to drought. In my opinion, this is something that Broomfield has long been overdue for. Historically, Broomfield has planned for average year conditions when in reality, it's important that we're prepared for the more extreme and infrequent dry years. We wanted to qualitatively assess risks associated with the ongoing Colorado River drought and develop monitoring enforcement strategies and a formal communications plan. Next slide. So the first step was to develop an advisory group made up of staff from Public Works, Parks, Communications Departments, and the Office of Emergency Management. This group helped provide input throughout the development of the new plan. Next slide. So the first kind of technical piece of the plan update was to conduct a vulnerability assessment. So this is really a tool that we use to quantify potential water supply deficits under various drought scenarios, which helps then inform our drought preparedness planning and investments in projects that increase our resilience to drought. We started by reviewing the impacts and lessons learned from past droughts, and then assess the risks and vulnerabilities that may be experienced in future droughts. I'll note that this is a standalone document that's referenced in the plan update. However, we do not plan on releasing this report to the public as it presents some draft results and analyses, which we will need to continue to refine over time. Next slide. So again, it's important that we plan for dry year rather than average year conditions. So we looked at 4 different water supply scenarios, the first being the historical drought of record, or the 2002 drought. While we're not suggesting the 2002 drought would literally repeat itself, it is standard practice to use the data from a historical drought to help understand risk of a future drought of a similar magnitude. And so because we have actual data about the yield of our water supplies and the demand pattern of the community during this drought, we have high certainty in these results. Next, we looked at the same 2002 drought exacerbated by climate change. Here we're projecting the yield of Broomfield's water supplies under a hot and dry or moderately severe climate change scenario. We contracted a local consulting firm to run models that assisted us in coming up with these numbers. However, it's important to note that this scenario is still characterized by a high level of uncertainty. Modeling of climate change impacts in Colorado continues to show a wide range of possible outcomes, from extremely hot and dry to conditions that are quite similar to our historical baseline. For this assessment, we focused on the hot and dry scenario that was used in the Colorado Water Plan. Next, we looked at the Colorado River compact call, as well as a short-term infrastructure failure of Conduit 81 and the Southern Water Supply Pipeline. And we used 2 demand scenarios, a short-term out to 2025 and a build out to 2040. Next slide. Preliminary results from the vulnerability assessment suggest that while Broomfield's current and planned water sources will be sufficient for normal years and mild droughts, more severe droughts will require new actions. Droughts similar to the 2002 drought can potentially be addressed through temporary demand restrictions. In our baseline scenario, we are projecting about a 17 to 18% water supply deficit. Studies have found that temporary demand restrictions can achieve up to a 30% demand reduction. However, in almost every case, this was only possible through an extensive public outreach campaign, highlighting the importance of effective communication strategies. We found that droughts that are possible under a hot and dry climate will be much more severe and cannot be addressed solely through demand restrictions. Here, we're projecting upwards of a 50% water supply deficit. However, these results are highly uncertain and should not be used to justify large capital investments until more work is done to better understand these risks. We will continue to investigate the feasibility of projects that increase supply and reduce demand. I'll talk a little bit more about this in a future slide. Next slide, please. So I wanted to just provide council with an update on issues around the Colorado River. There's a lot to unpack here. I could probably give a whole presentation just on this topic, so I'll do my best to summarize. But as a part of the vulnerability assessment, we considered risks associated with prolonged drought conditions in the Colorado River Basin. To summarize, Colorado River water supplies are over-allocated, meaning there's more demand each year than there is supply, which is an issue that's been exacerbated over the last 22 years by a mega drought caused by higher than average temperatures and reduced runoff throughout the river basin. This has resulted in a gradual decrease in storage levels at Lakes Powell and Mead, as shown on the figure on this slide. These are the two largest reservoirs in the country and are a critical source of water supply and power for much of the southwestern United States. With fears of falling below minimum power pool, the Bureau of Reclamation initiated a process to supplement existing guidelines to reduce total water use across all basin states by 2 to 4 million acre feet per year. They released draft alternatives last month, revealing 2 new potential options for cutting water use. Both of these focused on cuts to water use in the lower basin states. One alternative would administer cuts based on priority dates of water rights, while the other would divvy up cuts proportionally across the 3 lower basin states. Additionally, representatives from the state of Colorado have long maintained the position that cuts will need to come from the lower basin, as these states have historically exceeded their allocation as was set in the 1922 Colorado River Compact. So while this is good news for water users throughout Colorado, it doesn't mean that there is no risk for future water cuts in the upper basin. An enforced compact call could result in curtailment of Colorado River use among the upper basin, which could significantly affect the yield of junior water rights, such as the Windy Gap project. The direct impacts to Broomfield are something that we have and will continue to monitor. However, the key takeaway here is that it's difficult, if not impossible, to accurately predict future impacts at this time. Next slide, please. Thank you to whoever's doing that. So this slide just gives an overview of the various elements of our updated plan. Our drought monitoring indices are the metrics we use to define the various stages of drought. Our drought stages and process for declaring drought haven't changed from the original plan. We still have a drought watch and a drought condition 1, 2, and 3. The drought condition 1, 2, and 3 all include some form of mandatory water restriction and would require city council approval. Our mitigation actions are the long-term investments that we take ahead of a drought to better improve Broomfield's resilience to a future drought. And our response actions are temporary water use restrictions associated with each stage of drought. These are currently defined in Broomfield Municipal Code, and we only made slight modifications for this plan update. And finally, our drought communications plan is the plan in which we'll communicate to residents and businesses about drought conditions, official drought status, and mandatory actions to reduce water use. Next slide, please. So our new drought index is a ratio between projected supply and demand for the year. This helps us quantify the potential for a water supply deficit for any given year, and based on that, whether or not a drought declaration is necessary. For reuse, we developed a new index based on the projected end-of-year storage for Great Western Reservoir, which is a reasonably good proxy for total remaining reuse supply. Next slide. So our mitigation actions, as I mentioned, these are the actions or projects which would help to mitigate the risk of a future water shortage. It'll likely be an ongoing and multi-year process to continue to evaluate these and identify which strategies are the most feasible and cost-effective for Broomfield. The first step is to refine our vulnerability analysis and future demand projections. The remaining strategies are broken up into demand management strategies and supply management strategies. The demand management strategies look to reduce demand and free up existing supplies, and these really refer to our long-term water conservation efforts. So we'll continue to look into investment of existing water conservation programs and new water conservation programs and initiatives. We'll also quantify expected water savings associated with each program to better understand where to invest. Currently, we have a goal of a 10% reduction in demand between now and build out in our water efficiency plan. Through this analysis, we'll determine whether that goal is reasonable or needs to be more aggressive. And this would be something that we would then formalize in a future water efficiency plan update. Potential supply management strategies. These are ways in which we could increase our supply. This includes purchasing additional water rights, looking into indirect potable reuse as emergency supply. So basically putting some of our reuse water into raw water storage facilities for treatment and where it can be delivered into the potable system. We'll look into the potential of increasing the storage capacity of Broomfield Reservoir and other creative solutions for increasing supply during severe drought years. Next slide. So there's kind of a lot of text here, but really we're just trying to compare the different drought stages and associated response actions between the current plan and the new plan. For Drought Watch, there's no change really. We're still recommending voluntary reduction of outdoor water use to 2 days per week between the hours of 6 p.m. and 10 a.m. For Drought Condition 1, there's no change in days per week or time restrictions, but we added an irrigation target of no more than 1 inch per week for large properties. These are those properties with more than 100,000 square feet of irrigated turf. This target is meant to provide more specific guidance or watering rules for our large property customers to follow. For Drought Condition 2, we increased the reduction target from 40% to 50% and reduced irrigation from 2 days to 1 day per week. And Drought Condition 3 represents our most severe drought condition. We are not recommending any changes to our water use restrictions. However, we did increase the reduction target from 50% to 50% to 75%. The reason for this range is that under Broomfield Municipal Code, the city manager has the authority to declare a temporary water emergency in response to any serious shortage of treated water. In the event that the restrictions listed for Drought Condition 3 are insufficient to prevent shortage, a water emergency declaration would allow Broomfield to take additional measures. These include potentially prohibiting or restricting the use of water for commercial or industrial purposes, as well as the use of treated water, except for drinking and eating purposes. Next slide, please. So I talked a little bit about our demand reduction targets. They're really just that, targets. We can't reasonably expect to hit those targets without an effective public outreach campaign. So we worked with the communications team to develop a communications plan, which included a new drought webpage where residents can more easily find information about drought in Broomfield and learn about Broomfield's drought response plan and process ahead of a drought. We developed a timeline and key dates in which to target our customers during a drought. And we also developed some draft communications content, which we can use ahead of time so that we're not forced to create content on the fly during a potential crisis. Next slide. And so finally, staff would appreciate questions, comments, or suggestions from the mayor and council regarding the draft drought response plan. We would also like council's direction on the following 3 items, which would require changes to Broomfield Municipal Code. If supported, these code updates will be brought to City Council for approval during the first and second readings, currently scheduled for July 11th and August 8th, respectively. So the first is a proposal or direction on proposing an update to Broomfield Municipal Code to include a standard or normal year watering schedule of 3 days per week between the hours of 6 p.m. and 10 a.m. as a permanent and mandatory watering schedule to further encourage efficient irrigation throughout the community. This is something that many other communities have already done and just kind of helps highlight some irrigation best practices that should be followed year round, regardless of drought conditions. Next, direction is needed as to whether staff should revise current penalty amounts for violating mandatory water use restrictions. So these were defined back in 2012. It's been about 10 years, so we're recommending recommending to double these penalties from what was previously defined. And finally, direction is needed as to whether to establish a 20% drought surcharge on single-family monthly water usage charges for usage greater than 5,000 gallons per month. Benefits of the proposed surcharge include further promoting water conservation during a drought and recover lost revenue associated with mandatory water use restrictions. So currently, Broomfield Municipal Code does have a surcharge, a drought surcharge, but this applies to Broomfield's water license fees. These are fees that are collected prior to issuing a permit for a new connection to the water supply system. So no charges are currently collected on monthly usage fees for our customers. That's all I have. Open for any questions that you have for me and staff this evening.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Middleton. Does any member of council have any questions or comments? Marsh Holshin and then Delgadillo.
Can you go back to the slide for the questions, just so I can reference it? I don't really have a lot of questions. A couple of questions, actually. Take that back. The first one, 3 days per week. That's when we're not in drought conditions. That's just all the time, right?
Correct. Yes.
Okay. And then does that apply to only like sprinkler type? Does that apply to like drip systems that for like xeriscaped or gardens, for example?
You know, I don't think that we've really specified whether or not it is applicable to just automatic sprinkler systems. I think it's kind of guidance that should be followed regardless of the irrigation system. But, you know, it's a little bit out of my area of expertise, but we could look into whether, you know, a drip or hand water system may be exempt from this requirement. Really, it's meant to just more so inform residents as to what, you know, the best practices in Colorado. It's really not necessary to water your lawn more than 3 days per week, even in the hottest months of summer. So, you know, I think it really does apply to turf or lawn irrigation using more of an automatic system, and probably wouldn't apply as much to a drip or hand water system, but that's something that we can look into specifying.
Okay. And then related to that, number two, so are those fines, if somebody violates the number one, is that kind of the way it would look?
So it's more so for the mandatory restrictions under drought stages 1, 2, and 3. Under those 3 stages, we would actually mobilize an enforcement team, use some water resources staff to go out and, you know, look throughout the community on days where people are supposed to be watering and see if anyone's violating that. So really, these fines are reserved probably for those 3 drought conditions. We don't really have the staffing to do the enforcement year round.
Okay, so it wouldn't apply most likely towards the normal year watering you know, so we're going to mandate you can only water your yard 3 days a week, but we're not really going to.
And there's a separate provision in Broomfield Municipal Code about the misuse of water. There's some fines associated with that. I think it's the general penalty in our code. You know, we do have sort of the leverage to enforce a fine if we, you know, there was kind of flagrant misuse of water, but if we weren't in a drought condition, again, we wouldn't be necessarily enforcing that 3 day per week schedule.
Okay. And then number 3, is that only during a drought conditions, all those drought conditions, or is that all the time?
Only during the mandatory drought conditions, yes. And really, I think, you know, it's something that we would assess during a drought and work with the finance department to determine whether it's feasible and necessary. Really, we want to put it into code to allow ourselves the opportunity to do that. I guess it's not saying that it would automatically kick in. I don't think our utility billing system's really set up for that. But it would at least give us the potential to apply a surcharge to our customers' volumetric rates or charges, which is, you know, based on the actual consumption that they use each month.
Okay. Then as far as my answer to the questions, number 2 and number 3 are yes, and number 1 is emphatically yes. So that's all I have, Mayor. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Delgadillo.
Thank you, Mayor. I do have some clarification questions on point number 2. So what happens if someone is not able or willing to pay that fine? What are the consequences in that case?
Yeah, go ahead, Ken.
Currently, like all the other water usage that we have under utility billing, is if they're unable, there is some processes to go through, and you work through the utility billing and finance and be able to state your case that you do not have the financial ability to pay. For those who do, then that bill, utility bill, can be applied to a lien on the property if someone, say, is a wealthy individual, just doesn't want to pay it. We could go through that process with legal.
That's really helpful. Yeah, my only concern with that point is I don't want to be adding more offenses that could lead someone to be in really big trouble for something. I'm all for sustainability and water conservation. I just worry about the things that we kind of increase the penalties for. But that said, so on the first point, I'm good for that. The second point, I do have some mixed feelings, but I could be hypothetically for that, especially with this financing option and the fact that it sounds like it would not mess up your life potentially if you were not able to pay that fine. That's my real concern there. And then the third point, that also sounds very reasonable to me. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Shah.
Thank you, Mayor. So looking at this drought response plan, I'm curious, it seems to be that a lot of the emphasis on residential usage. However, we know that there is a large commercial water usage as well. So what is the, how are we accommodating for the commercial water usage, and do a lot of these pieces apply to the commercial water usage?
Yep. Thank you for the question, Councilmember Schaaf. Maybe we could go back 2 slides just to the table that I was showing, if possible. Thank you. So I'm not sure if it's, so essentially it's currently written into municipal code, but really these mandatory water use restrictions are written and broken out by customer class. So we do have essentially restrictions that apply to single family residents. But then we also have the same targets that apply to commercial and multifamily and all other customers. And for those those are the customers where we've added as well that irrigation target, just considering the fact that for large properties, they probably in most cases have some sort of irrigation specialist on staff that, can translate that into a system adjustment and try to meet that target. But all that to say that these restrictions do apply to all customer classes, and that's kind of spelled out in the code.
Okay. All right. I mean, to my point, I think that the real impact is going to be when the commercial water users decreases. So it looks like that, we continue to try to discover ways to increase our non-potable water and the usage of that. I know that in years past, especially in 2002, we were continuing to irrigate turf with that non-potable water while there were water restrictions out there. Is that something that we have the ability to continue to do because we have that non-potable water? And is that a different class of water usage within the drought plan?
So it wasn't previously. In our current plan, we don't really have the ability to declare separate drought stages for the 2 systems. And so that was a priority for this plan update, knowing that these systems have very different demands and supplies in any given year. So with these code updates, we would have the potential to enforce these restrictions separately for those 2 systems.
Okay. So with the concern, with the kind of limiting the water times between 6 PM and 10 AM, are there concerns about the kind of water storage and the usage being, I mean, I guess there's a high amount of usage during those times. Are there concerns in terms of our infrastructure, in terms of our water storage, by really targeting all of our customers to do irrigating between those hours?
Yeah, that's a good question. We actually kind of separate the community out into different zones. And so they'll water on different days based on their address. And so that reduces some of the strain on the system so that not everyone is irrigating at the same time. So we do try to kind of stagger that demand out over the course of the week.
And again, does that apply to both commercial as well as residential customers?
It does. Yeah.
Okay.
Councilmember Schaaf, you're probably familiar with Denver's system. It's with the stars, triangles. It'd be similar to that type of thing, or odd even.
Okay.
Type of thing like that.
Okay. All right. Thanks. So looking at the plan and kind of basing this idea on the 2002 drought plan, I think that that's great. I think that there's a lot of things that went into that drought that are significant. We should, not to say that we are going to have a repeat of that, but there's a lot of elements of that that is a cautionary tale, right? But looking at this, that drought began really in 1999. And so we hadn't, city and county Broomfield hadn't declared a drought emergency. I don't know if that's the technical term in our ordinance until the summer of 2002. So I'm curious, will this plan begin action before that drought reaches its peak, thus where it did in 2002? Or are there steps to start to identify that, hey, this is where we're headed and we need to really address this potential, peak of the drought that's still coming years ahead?
I guess two responses there. The first is in our vulnerability assessment. We looked at drought kind of over a 4-year period, because as you mentioned, it kind of, the peak of that drought kind of rises and falls. And so when we were looking at, our vulnerability, we did kind of consider that and look over sort of a larger period of time than just a single year. And also, I think drought is usually something that's usually, slow to set in and can linger for multiple years. So in a more realistic scenario would be we would probably declare a drought watch in the first year of drought, depending on the severity, potentially go into drought condition 1. And then that would progress as a drought, gets more severe with in the next year or not. So really it's kind of a process that builds on itself. And that was part of the motivation for lifting the drought watch this year is, we saw, a pretty good snowpack event this winter, and that helped us out. So I don't know if that helps answer your question at all.
No, I think it does help. I mean, it's the idea that does this plan afford us the flexibility that as we're going into that stage that we can, raise and lower that and adapt. And it sounds like that's the case. I mean, I think that, a big part of this plan has to be around those education programs and getting the information out to our community. I think that people, have a difficult time just getting information in general, and this program has to be robust and utilize basically every avenue to get this information out. It's so critical for our community to ensure that we are responsible, but at the same time, because the number 2 direction is and I guess number 1 as well, around specific watering times and when you should not be watering and how you should be doing that, and there's fines levied against that. So I think that we have to have a robust education program around this and really getting that information out. I do believe that, to number 2, I do believe that we need to, update the changes to the ordinance for a modest increase in fines for offenses to water use restrictions. I mean, I think that this is definitely one of those things. We are in a different world in terms of our water. As you said, it's liquid gold. Number one, I would love to get more information on what that could look like, but from a little bit of the conversation, it sounds like this is something that we can accommodate and accomplish here in the city and county of Broomfield. Number three, this is my final question, is, what is this 20% drought surcharge on a single family monthly usage really mean for that customer that falls within that 0 to 5,000 or sorry, the 5,001 gallons per month and higher? What does that really mean in terms of dollars? And my question is, we just updated our sewer and water usage fees. How much greater is this going to affect those customers, and what's this going to look like?
Yep. Thank you for the question. And the reason that we kind of targeted that greater than 5,000 gallons per month is because that 0 to 5,000 really represents the indoor water use of a typical single family home. And so it's really the outdoor irrigation use that we're trying to reduce and promote, less outdoor irrigation, I guess, by increasing those charges. So essentially, if the code was written up as it's shown here, it would be that your volumetric charge from anything over 5,000 gallons would be 20% greater than what it is today. I think we'll work more closely with the finance department to kind of fine tune that. But more or less, it's just a pretty simple factor of just, increasing that by 20%.
Okay. All right. Well, I look forward to seeing some more of this information come back, but thank you for the presentation tonight.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Lim.
Yes, 2 general questions, and then I'll have questions about those direction questions. Did we ever, so we talked about the commercial reductions that might be necessary for turf. Have we examined water intensive businesses in general in Broomfield? And would we ever reach a point where their business usage of water internally would be impacted by a drought situation?
So essentially rationing like indoor water use for a business or any other customer. That's not really something, I guess I'll point to the fact that about 60% of our single family water consumption is comprised of outdoor water usage. So it's really kind of the lowest hanging fruit for us to target. And we use also we kind of reference drought plans from neighboring municipalities, and really the common practice that we found is to target that outdoor water use. I think the only time that we would look into potentially ration indoor water use is during that water emergency scenario. So if the city manager or council were to declare a water system emergency, that could be either due to an unforeseen outage of any of our critical infrastructure, or if we're in a scenario that's beyond that drought 3, something that in the drought condition 3 restrictions, we say no outdoor watering. If that doesn't get us to where we need to be, we could look at declaring a water emergency and rationing indoor water use. But in terms of the 3 stages, that's not something that we've considered.
Okay, thank you. So we did pass an ordinance to allow for gray water systems. It's mentioned in here. And I am curious. I mean, it seemed very complex, but it certainly seemed like it was worth considering for new construction, especially. It was a little convoluted, apparently, for existing to retrofit. So have we had any discussions about gray water systems at all in development?
Related to drought, or just as a separate water conservation effort?
As a water conservation measure that any kind of development or individual single family home or anything would have considered at this point?
Yeah, I think really the roadblock for Broomfield in that regard has been kind of the lack of incentives. So Denver and others that have passed a gray water ordinance actually offer incentives. And usually these apply to those water license fees or the connection charges for new taps. So that is essentially a discount on those fees in order to install these systems. And, you know, it's not something that we've really incorporated into our rate structure. It might be something we look into as we look to revise rates this year. But that's probably the biggest obstacle, I would say, in terms of incentivizing those systems and new development.
Okay. On the council direction questions, number one, the only caveat I would have to that is, so I think you said you'd bring these forward for first reading in July and then August. What kind of effective time frame are you going, or has anybody thought about that? I mean, there seems like there's a recognition that there would be education needed. So we're talking end of summer passage, you know, are we talking about not making this effective till the following summer with the watering season, or do you have something in mind there?
Yeah, I think it would most likely be effective after second reading. And once that got approved, we would want to begin communicating that to the community. Again, you know, we wouldn't really be enforcing the kind of normal condition watering schedule of 3 days per week. So I think it would be a bit of a different situation if we're, you know, it gets passed and then we're going out and enforcing fines. That's not really the case here. So I think it would be just kind of educating that change, especially, you know, ahead of next year's irrigation season. And that's kind of something that we targeted in our communications plan. That would probably be my suggestion.
Okay, that sounds good. And on number 3, would that, I just wasn't clear, is the drought surcharge proposed for a drought watch situation or a drought 1, 2, 3, just drought 1, 2, 3?
And I agree, we probably should have clarified this a little bit better, but it would just be one of those, either the 1, 2, or 3 conditions, so not a drought watch.
Okay, that's better, thanks. And I guess, do you have any, I guess I'd be interested in data for that. I mean, you know, it's easy for me with 2 people in my household to think I can not use greater than 5,000, you know, gallons per month. But I'm, you know, was there any consideration to a larger household if could be a disproportionate kind of impact there?
Mm-hmm.
So was there any consideration given to percentage cutback or, you know, something that would not disproportionately impact large families? I guess that would be my question.
Yep. And, you know, I think if we get sort of general support for this, we'll kind of fine tune it with the finance department and present some numbers during first reading. And we can also include kind of a summary of impacts to different types of customers, what that might look like on your water bill. But since it's been, you know, just a recommendation up until this point, we haven't really gone deep into the analysis yet.
Okay, that's good. I'm in favor of all 3 with a little more data to ascertain about number 3. Thanks.
Councilmember Lim, just to follow up on your kind of your water conservation with gray water and so forth. One of the things that we have to balance, which is a really tricky balance, is between the needs to conserve water and the need to transport the waste to the wastewater plant. So engineering wise, wastewater collection systems are designed to be a minimum about 2 feet per second of water in order to transfer everything from your home to the sewer plant. We can get by with about 1.6 gallons, but then it requires a little bit more staff time to go back and jet the lines and clean the lines and those type of things. So when we look at water conservation, we look at it from a holistic viewpoint. It's not only what we're trying to save on the water side, but also how do we manage the waste on the sewer side. So there is a balance.
All right.
Then we have Councilmember Anderson.
Thank you. I just want to say this is a time, Anthem Ranch had a very timely conversation on this yesterday. They had Brad Udall come out and do a presentation. And I just want to share one statistic that he showed that even though we had this amazingly wet spring and snowpack, he said it would take 7 years, like what we've seen, to replenish Lake Mead and Lake Powell. I thought that was just an incredible statistic, and to think that we probably won't have 7 years in a row like this. So this is definitely a needed conversation. So I have a question about this was actually asked yesterday, so this is perfect. The HOAs are using their Anthem, and others are using the reuse water. And so that's tied to the amount of water we use. So then if in the times of drought we're using less water, is it true we have less reuse water available? And then would they be, this shows in the plan, it shows like restrictions, like reductions of like 33% and others, but that would really be like total volume. Would they not be just restricted to a lesser total volume?
And yeah, that's a good question. And that's another reason why we don't really want to restrict indoor water uses, because essentially, our reuse supply consists of effluent or basically wastewater that's treated to standards that's acceptable for irrigation. So that's really the water that's coming from those indoor uses of water. So if we were to restrict indoor uses of water, that would impact our reuse supply. But since we're just restricting those outdoor uses, technically it shouldn't have a large impact on reuse.
Oh, yeah, that's actually super helpful. Okay, so on this, on these questions here, I was just curious as to why for number one, would we not go with even odd watering days instead of 3 days a week, like even numbers water on even days and odd numbers water on odd days, to make it more clear who's supposed to be watering which day for enforcement, as opposed to like just 3 days.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, thank you for the question. And I think, the year-round 3-day schedule is more of kind of an educational tool to help inform the community about irrigation best practices. It wouldn't be necessarily something that, we would be looking to enforce. So when we implement those, specific days for watering, there's kind of 2 reasons for that. The first is to make sure not everyone's watering on the same night, which could overload the system. And then also, kind of forgot my second point. Yeah, I think it might come to me.
Okay, so the first one would, the number one, this 3 days per week wouldn't be necessarily, you're not trying to monitor and
It's not something that we necessarily have the staff capacity to enforce year round. No, yeah.
Okay, so it doesn't matter which day. I thought it'd be really hard.
Yeah,
to
it
who's
wouldn't.
watering on which
Yeah.
days. Okay, and then at the same time, it's like, the 3 days per week, but you're watering. Why 6 p.m. to 10 a.m. and not like pull that in? So it's more like I thought there was like a better time, like it's like 4 a.m. to like 6 a.m. or there's some period of time. I thought it was even more restrictive. Or can we define within there some of the best practices of the very best times?
Yeah, I'll just say the 6 p.m. to 10 a.m. is kind of general best practice used throughout the Front Range. Anytime outside of that window, we see higher temperatures, higher evaporation rates. So really the water that you're using to irrigate could just be getting evaporated before it actually goes into the subsurface. So that's kind of the time we use. Also, some of these larger systems need to irrigate for a large window of time, the Anthems and some of these HOAs. So if we were to restrict to just a couple of hours, then it could be hard to accommodate that schedule.
As they cycle through all of the zones. Okay. Oh, all right. That's
Councilmember
helpful.
Anderson, also the infrastructure couldn't handle a 2-hour, everybody in Broomfield, half the people in Broomfield trying to water within a 2-hour period. We wouldn't be able to supply that need. We don't have enough storage tanks. We would have to have a lot more storage tanks out in order to handle that. Typically on our reuse, we see the demands pick up at 10 p.m. and they usually start narrowing down between 4 AM and 6 AM. So that's the high peak usage when we're talking about the reuse side also.
Okay, thank you for that comment about you don't want everyone watering that same period. And then just one last thought on that one. Is there a benefit to adding a recommendation for the length of time? Because it's like, even if you're watering just 3 days a week, but you're watering for way too long. Is that they thought to put it recommended?
And that's kind of, that's what we plan on including in the irrigation best practice guidance that we'll be sending out this month. So, it isn't really enough to say water 3 days a week. If someone turned their sprinklers on for the full 3 days, that's not necessarily what we mean. So it really depends on weather conditions, also how your system is set up. So like, your sprinkler heads, the type of head you have would kind of determine the time in which you should irrigate. So that type of guidance is a little bit more specific and something that we'll include on our drought webpage and in the guidance that we send out to the community.
Okay, that's helpful. And then on the second question here with the increased penalties of fines, do we have any, or do you know the data offhand of how often, like percent wise or numbers, do we get to the second and fifth offenses? Do we see those very often, or?
I think the only time we had a mandatory drought condition, or that was a drought condition one in the past, was actually in 2002. And to my knowledge, we didn't actually issue any fines that year. We did mobilize enforcement teams, but to my knowledge, we didn't issue any fines. So I don't believe it's actually happened in Broomfield history. Sure.
And also add to that, when were these fines last set? Has it been many, many years?
Yeah, I'll let him answer that question, but according to what happened in 2002, since I was actually here, we did not fine anybody. What we did was a public education campaign. So if we saw water running off the grass onto the street, then we would meet and talk with the resident or leave a letter explaining the need to control their irrigation. So it was all public education at that point. And then the fines, I believe, were established after that too.
Okay, so I'm fine with the increases in the fines, and I'm also, fine with number one with the addition of the months of time too. I wasn't giving direction. And then on the last one, the 20% surcharge, I think that's fine. I was trying to quick look up my water bill because we're a family of 6, used to be a family of 7, trying to see if that's even within the realm, but that would be good to just check on that 5,001 gallons per month, if that's reasonable for a larger family. That's a good consideration that Councilmember Lynn brought up. But yeah, I think this is good.
Okay, and to your last question, I believe that these fines were set back in 2012. So it's kind of another reason to update it. It's been about 10 years and, obviously inflation has affected things. So, and then, yes, we'll, to your last point, we'll do our best to put some numbers together in the first reading to kind of show impacts on customers' water bills.
That'd be great. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next is Councilmember Cohen.
Thank you, Mayor. I had a couple of quick questions. You mentioned in your presentation that usage is down 16% per capita. Is that just efficiency, or were you using a lot of water before? Is that continuing?
Yeah, so it's mainly a product of our water conservation programs and more efficient technology and fixtures, but also, as many of you have probably seen, Broomfield has sort of moved towards denser development as we grow than the traditional single family.
Single family.
Yeah.
Okay. I assume you've looked to, I think California is the example that actually has had drought orders in effect, because we've never had drought orders in effect except for once, right? Mm-hmm. Does that give us, is that what they're doing, is doubling fines and setting, is this based on their experience, is what's effective?
Yeah, some of this is based on lessons learned from other states. I would say more so we used sort of guidance from plans in the Front Range and some of our neighbors. We did look at studies in terms of looking at how these demand restrictions might actually result in actual reductions in demand. Since we have limited data on that, I think in 2002, we saw about a 13% reduction, but that was just a drought condition 1. Obviously, we didn't take it further to a 2 or 3, but some of these other states have over the years. And so, we use studies that kind of looked at those numbers to give us a better sense of the demand reductions we might expect under a drought condition 2 or 3.
Just to follow up on your question about California, there was one water district, at least one in California, northern Los Angeles area where some of the Hollywood folks live. They were paying the fines and weren't reducing their water usage. So that city, that district put water restrictors before the water meter, which did not allow the sprinkler heads to pop up because it reduced the pressure that much so they couldn't water outside. And it also restrict their in-house use so that they couldn't take a shower and run the dishwasher at the same time. So that
I'm not
brought some,
proposing that.
yeah, that brought some of those folks into compliance really fast. So, but that's the extreme example in California.
Can you just describe maybe how this is enforced? Especially if you don't have, I think Councilmember Anderson mentioned it would be easier enforcement if there were specific days versus 3 random days and this is generally front lawn watering.
Yep. So we'd really, as the plan describes, we'd kind of only mobilize enforcement teams under drought conditions 1, 2, or 3. So for condition 1, we'd utilize water resources staff and seasonals and potentially look to hire on an additional seasonal to support that. As we get into condition 2 and 3, we would leverage support from other divisions within Public Works, utilities, potentially the Parks Department to kind of help with that enforcement. But obviously it takes more than one person driving around to try and enforce this.
So it's similar to HOA enforcement. There's just somebody driving around.
Yeah.
Or neighborhood or neighbors narking on neighbors.
Ideally, we'd like
measuring how tall the grass is.
Yeah, exactly. In an ideal world, we'd have smart meters, which we could see real-time water usage. Unfortunately, we don't have that resolution in our system. So we only see water usage on a monthly scale, and that's, sort of 2 weeks after the fact. So that will kind of play into it a little bit. But primarily it's kind of the on the ground support of driving around and looking at who's watering on what days.
So as to your 1, 2, 3, I can't think of a reason why 1, that sounds reasonable. Number 2, I don't know that we need double fines we've never levied, but I think $100 would be a wake up call to anybody. So I guess I'm not moved that we have to raise them because of inflation.
Just in case.
Just in case, maybe if they aren't effective, then we could raise them, but it seems, I'm trying to see the reason to do that. And number 3 is fine. And since you're standing in front of me, I just have to ask, Anthem Reservoir, was that just is that empty because of construction or something? I've had questions.
Yes, Sienna Reservoir.
Yeah, sorry.
So
Anthem Park.
That's for the Sienna pump station and pipeline project. Essentially, we're connecting Sienna to Glasser as well as Broomfield's water treatment plant so that we can use that as a storage facility for our potable water supply system.
And it'll be full again when?
Next summer.
Okay.
Yeah. Sorry for the inconvenience there.
No worries. Gotta happen. Thank you. And Councilmember Ward.
Wonderful. I'm going to keep this short and sweet. Yes to all of it. Thank you.
Love it. All right, you guys. Well, did you get enough direction? Somewhat?
Yes, we appreciate the feedback. The plan will be to have some kind of a system, whether it's odd, even addresses to explain which one gets to water when, or a diamond, square, triangle type of thing that Denver uses. But we'll look at the effectiveness of the Denver program. My neighborhood, my water system, they use odd and even. So it'll be some kind of play like that.
All right, sounds like a plan. Well, thank you for all the work that went into this and for being mindful of our water future and our precious resources.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our final study session item this evening is a request for direction related to landscape requirements. It's flow, it's a theme. Council has a copy of the agenda memorandum, and I'll ask our staff to begin the discussion.
Thank you, Mayor. So it's my pleasure to introduce Judy Hammer, our senior planner, as well as Lynn Merwin's here with us, our planning manager, as well as Kate. And Kate, I apologize, I am blanking on your last name, who is our new landscape architect. Is that the right? Yes. So thanks for being here.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, Judy Hammer, representing planning staff. Next slide, please. The purpose of the proposed update to the code is to establish landscape standards for all new development in order to reduce outdoor water consumption. Next slide, please. The primary issue with the current code is the landscaping requirements are only specific to residential development. The current requirement allows up to 60% of the yard to be turf grass, which requires about 24 to 26 inches of water per year. To significantly reduce the outdoor water consumption, it would be beneficial to limit turf grass to a maximum of 30 to 40% for residential yard coverage. Next slide, please. This table shows a quick overview of what the code would propose to do versus what it does not do. The proposed code would only apply to new projects and significant redevelopment. It is not the intent to require the removal of existing landscaping on existing residential, commercial, and industrial developments. Next slide, please. Under the draft requirements, new single-family lots would be limited to no more than 30% turf grass in front and visible side yard areas. The code will clarify responsibilities related to landscaping maintenance and when installation would need to occur. It would also ensure irrigation systems would meet EPA WaterSense certification requirements. Next slide, please. This slide shows an example of a residential lot with landscaping that is in compliance with the proposed water-wise landscape requirements. You can see the drawing on the left just generally shows the orange hatch area that needs to be landscaped. And then the right graphic shows the turf at a full 30%. The backyard and the side yards are grayed out, but they are part of the landscape plan that would, be drought tolerant with 30% landscape area. The landscape area at 75% and non-living at 25% is shown as well. Next slide, please. The draft code will also establish landscape requirements for new developments that are not single-family lots. For those projects like apartments and commercial developments, the limitation for turf grass would be 33%. Standards are incorporated regarding irrigation systems, and the requirements would ensure all landscaping meet moderate water demands or better. Next slide, please. The draft code will provide more detail and direction related to landscaping requirements for parking lots and will provide more water-wise choices for landscaping in landscape strips, which is the area between the sidewalk and the curb on many streets. Parking lot requirements are specific to the number of parking spaces. This includes placement of parking lot islands and requiring specific types of trees within those islands for shade and to offset the heat island effect. Landscaping within the landscape strip will vary depending on width of the area. To avoid water waste that often occurs with minimal width landscape strip, any space that is less than 3 feet would only require that the landscape area be landscaped with rock mulch. Grass would only be allowed in areas wide enough to adequately and efficiently water, which would be greater than 6 feet in width from the curb to the sidewalk. Next slide, please. ACES reviewed the proposed landscape requirements on May 8th and recommended approval of these requirements to help reduce outdoor water waste, outdoor water consumption. Next slide, please. This slide outlines community engagement measures that are proposed should council wish for this landscape code to be brought forward for further consideration, perhaps a similar version to be adopted. Pending direction from city council, staff would anticipate community meetings could be held in the coming weeks in early June to allow time for staff to incorporate comments from the community, and pending direction from city council. Staff would bring back a draft ordinance as soon as this summer for consideration. Next slide, please. These 3 questions were included in the staff memorandum to help provide direction to staff as we continue to compile input and finalize a draft for further consideration. Thank you.
Are you done, Ms. Hammer?
Yes,
Oh, wow.
I needed to keep it brief.
I appreciate your brevity. Let's go right to council comments and questions. Start with Marsh Holshan, then Ward.
Thank you, Mayor. So the turf grass limitation on single family lots, is that the total lot size or is that just the yard size?
That's the total lot size without the improvements that you would put on there. Look, for example, the house, the porch, the sidewalk, the driveway. You know, if you had a shed in the back, that part would not be counted towards that 75%.
Okay, so just so I can clarify.
So
So if it's 100 square feet, let's just say 100 square feet, and 70 of that square feet is kept by the house.
Yeah.
Then you have 30 square feet of yard. It's then 30% of that 30 square feet? Or is it 30?
That you could put turf grass on. It doesn't have to include turf grass.
So 30% of the yard that's possible to be landscaped?
Right.
Okay, good. That was
Yeah.
my concern. The way in the map looked, I was worried that it was like, if the house was more than 70% of the size, then they could have all grass.
Oh, yeah, no, it's 30% of that 75%.
Gotcha. And then my only other question is on the landscape strip between the sidewalk and the curb.
Mhm.
Did you say that over 6 feet wide, you're allowed to have grass?
You could.
Okay.
As it's drafted now, I mean, we can certainly look at, making some revisions to that, but right now the landscape strips are divided into rough widths.
Right. Okay. Just to keep this short because it's so late, I support all of these, except I would like the landscape stripping to be more restrictive, so like no grass at all, no turf grass at all in landscapes and strips. That's what my preference would be. So that's it, I think, Mayor.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Ward.
Thank you, Mayor. I guess I'll actually keep track this time. I just have a quick question in regards to, while I was reading this, there was stuff regarding other parking, like decorative stuff in parking lots and all that fun stuff. Is this part of this, or was that just something added for context in the memo?
No, that would be part of it. There's some landscaping requirements in this draft code that talk about, what you would put into the landscaped islands, no turf grass. And then, what types of drought tolerant shrubs, ornamental trees, that kind of thing with mulch.
Okay, wonderful. I think from that perspective, I'd rather just not try and put anything in a parking lot. Let's call it what it is. It's ugly. It's going to look ugly. If you don't want parking, don't get parking. In terms of the landscaping strip, I also agree with Councilmember Marsh Holshan that we should not be allowing any grass or turf on those parcels. I think it's I don't want to say difficult to water, but it's wasteful in my opinion, even if it is over 6 feet. And it increases amount of mowing space and stuff to take care of. And coming from that background, I know it's a pain. And then I personally think that we shouldn't be allowed from the 30% for single family residential. Are we able to prohibit those? I guess, was it cool?
Cool season
Cool
is
season,
the
is that
Kentucky bluegrass.
Yeah. Since are so water intensive and we live in an arid climate, would it be possible to just prohibit those and only do warm season grasses?
I mean, yes, if that's what the council would like to, shoot for, we could, try to do that with the single family or commercial, all of it. With this proposed draft right now, that's the maximum threshold. It doesn't mean that that's what they would have to install. If that makes sense.
No, I understand. I think though, from the principle of, having this previous point on water conservation, we should be trying to minimize not just the amount of turf, but the type of turf that is so water intensive. I think you mentioned in the staff memo that the Kentucky bluegrass was 20 to 24 inches per year, while more warm season were 8 to 10.
Right.
So that's more than a reduction in half the amount of water usage. So I would like to see something incorporated into the memo or the ordinance that only allows warm season turf. And then just going through all of these very extensive issues that are listed in the memo.
Well, landscaping is complicated.
Yes, it is. I think for right now, that's really all I had to say on the issue. Is
Okay,
those
well,
two
thanks
things.
for your input. We
Thank you.
appreciate it.
Great, Councilmember Delgadillo.
Thank you, Mayor. I love this yes to everything, and I wouldn't mind if you wanted to be a little bit more strict with any of these things. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
That was great. Anybody else? Councilmember Cohen, then Lim.
I will only just say, I don't think we want to eliminate all grass and strips because you're just going to end up heating up, creating massive heat islands that just make things drier. I think there's some value to landscape and plant materials, whether it's Kentucky turf grass, but there could be other options. But otherwise, I'm fine with what's been proposed.
Thank you, Councilmember.
Right on. Councilmember Lim.
And you said you're going forward with this information and you're going to do community input sessions or something, correct?
Pending direction from council. That was our plan. Yes.
Okay.
In late May, early June.
Soon, okay. So yes to those questions. The question that we discussed at ACES is not there. So I don't know if you purposely avoided that question or if what we discussed at ACES.
I don't know. We didn't.
We were
discussed- trying to be brief.
What we discussed at ACES was at what point would redevelopment
Right.
trigger this?
Thank you for bringing that up, Councilmember Lim. We appreciate that because that was one of, that triggered a lot of discussion with
Conversation.
staff. And so we're going to reevaluate that 10% threshold because, let's say if somebody, redeveloped over the 10% threshold and got a remodel of their home. And do we want to ask a homeowner who's just got a new kitchen to re-landscape their entire yard?
Yeah.
I don't think you guys do, but I know we would get a lot of flack in the office. So we're trying to find a good threshold. So we'll bring forward something higher than that for redevelopment.
Okay, so, but that
We
is
were-
coming forward in the ordinance?
Yes, we were using that 10% because that is what we use for what triggers an administrative amendment versus an amendment to the site plan that requires either LURC or city council approval. If that makes sense.
Yes. Okay. And has there been any thought to the fact that, no, one other question, enforcement. So the developers are going to have a water budget.
Mhm.
And then there's going to be some checks if they are, that water budget was accurate, and then are there enforcement steps or?
I'm going to defer this question to Brennan because he's going to be reviewing the water budgets during referrals.
Thank you for the question, Councilmember Lim. Essentially for our reuse system, when a developer applies for a water license, they pay for a certain number of taps, and they're allocated and a certain amount of water per year based on that tap. It's written into code that if they exceed that there'll be a surcharge associated with that. It's 10 times the usual water rate charge. So as we look to incorporate water budgets, it would probably be a similar scheme of if they were to exceed that water budget, a surcharge would kick in on their monthly water bill. Kind of where we'd like to go. And I don't think we're really prepared to implement this year, but where we're headed is potentially a water rate structure that is kind of based on that water budget. So essentially, their bill automatically calculates their rate based on whether they're within that range. And if they exceed it, they kind of get into a next, category of rates, kind of like the tiered structure that we just implemented last year for our single family residences.
Okay, thank you. This is a pie in the sky question. So we've had some success with the solar co-op that ACES implemented. I mean, the idea was that we would, make it efficient and more cost effective for residents to, in a group, get a volume rate for solar panels on their homes, and that's moving forward. Would it be possible, or do you know of any place that has any municipality that's done a xeriscape co-op? I mean, I've heard a lot of conversation that it can be expensive to do that. There's a lot of variability in contractors and things like that. So do you know of anybody else in the vicinity as far as municipalities that we could model something like that after?
In my research for this landscape code, and when we attended the Growing Water Smart workshop that triggered this whole update, I am not aware of one, but we can look and do a little bit of research and see. We do have incentives now that, give people plant in a box and they can remove some of their turf grass. And here's this kit, but of course they have to pay for it, but it's less than certainly if they went to a greenhouse to buy all the materials themselves.
Yeah, I went home from the ACES meeting and told my husband about the chair doing the garden in the box. And my husband looked at me and said, "You're kidding, aren't you? We can't do that anymore." So that was, they were much younger. So that was my thought with, could we have a co-op where there would be a volume of people, where there would be some kind of review, of the contractors, and there would be a group rate. So that was what my thought was.
Okay. Thank you.
Wonderful. Councilmember Anderson. Mayor had to step out for a
That was
second.
slightly confusing because I'm like, I didn't see her leave. Okay.
Deeper voice, sorry.
I just have a couple of questions here. So on that strip, on that right-of-way strip and the grass, and Councilmember Cohen noted that like as opposed to saying, like, let's just get rid of that, that is actually helps reduce heat. How does that compare to the xeriscape and some of, that'd be interesting to know, because that is a serious consideration to would it be beneficial to keep that turf for the, from the standpoint of not being as hot, or does a xeriscape accomplish the same thing if done properly?
Well, I mean, I'm not an expert, but just thinking, about some of the plantings that you would add, ornamental grasses or shrubs instead of turf grass, that would still help too, certainly more than rock, to keep it cooler in that area. And then of course, if you had a shade tree. Did that answer your question?
No, I think it does, because
Okay.
I don't want to say, I don't want to prohibit the turf grass there, but
Uh-huh.
with some consideration, without this, like, some research into if it's xeriscaped and properly xeriscaped, and right, not just dumping rock down. So I think there's a
Yeah.
consideration to be had there before we make that final decision of where we're going. I think the first one is fine with the 30%. And I agree on minimum design requirements for all new developments. So yes, but I don't know, not providing any specific direction. If that's fair. I don't know which minimum requirements. I'm not getting into that much detail here. So
Okay.
but I'm open to those. Is what I'll leave it at. Thank you.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Councilmember Shaft.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, staff, for this presentation. Not that you asked, but I think it pertains to this conversation. My garden in the box that I planted this last fall is doing wonderfully. I'm curious, does the lighting of land within landscape, does that fall under this code, or is that more in the lighting code?
Yeah, there's nothing in this landscape code currently that addresses lighting.
Okay, and then is that lighting code broad enough to cover lighting that's used in landscaping?
It's broad enough for commercial, yes.
Okay, but not for residential?
No.
Okay, I mean, I think that is something that I'm gonna make the suggestion. It seems like there are some concerns in the community, and I don't know how best to address that in terms of lighting used in landscaping.
We could certainly do some research to find, some provisions in other codes that are related to residential single-family lots, because I know people are worried about light pollution, right? With regard to when they're lighting up their yards with path lighting, to keep it so that it's full cutoff and not shining out into the sky or on motorists as they're driving down the road.
Right.
So it would require further research, Councilmember.
Yes,
Shaw.
so, yeah, I wasn't trying to be wordy, sorry.
No,
Yes,
you're
we
fine.
will-
I guess my point is staff would have to look at that.
Yes.
To see, because I know I've seen one email.
I do too.
So
Yes.
far about light pollution. So we'd have to take a look at that and see what
Lit the
other
bottom
communities are
of their
doing.
house up all around or something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Doesn't apply to micro as well.
That's different. That's the holiday.
Subject legislation.
I'm sorry.
I think that,
Councilmember.
no, you're fine. I think that, it may be one that as we address that, in the future, I'm sure that, as we go through these different codes, just put a note out there at this point. So with this code update, we are discussing to encourage xeriscaping and non-turf landscaping used in new developments. And
Yes.
so, as we've had this conversation before of encouraging xeriscaping in developments, especially new developments, the developer would install less turf grass on this lot, but what prevents the homeowner, the future homeowner, from then adding turf grass in the future?
Good question. We would, that would require someone else complaining about it. We I don't think intended for this code to, where we would check their entire yard to make sure they're in compliance. So we'll look into that one.
Okay, all right, thank you. That's all I have, Mayor. Oh, and I do these 3 bullets. Yes, yes, and yes.
Thank you.
Yes, yes, and yes from me too. Anyone else? Awesome. Well, thank you so much to everyone for the presentation and the opportunity to give feedback. I'm glad
Yes.
we're doing this. And
Thank you.
that concludes the agenda items on tonight's study session. There being no further business, the study session is adjourned. Thank you all.